The meeting of the Board of Harbor Commissions will now come to order. First of all, I want to welcome everyone here today. We will now have the security announcement from Port Police Officer Stacy Creech.
Thank you, and good morning. For your safety, please listen carefully to the following instructions. If there is an emergency and you're asked to evacuate, please follow the instructions of the uniformed officers. They will direct you out of the building if necessary. Do not use the elevators. We'd also like to request that during the board meeting, all conversations both inside and outside the boardroom be kept to a minimum so as not to disrupt the meeting. Ask that you please refrain from blocking the exits. Please silence your electronic devices at this time. And refrain from conversations inside the boardroom until the meeting has been officially adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
President Roybal Allard.
Present.
Vice President Middleton.
Here.
Commissioner Munoz.
Here.
Commissioner Renwick. Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Thank you. Today's quorum is confirmed. Madam President.
On behalf of the Commissioners, I wish to convene today's meeting in celebration of the remarkable life and legacy of the Honorable Gloria Molina, who passed away on May 14th, 2023. Born on May 31st, 1948, Ms. Molina's ascendancy into public life was marked by her astute political acumen and an unwavering dedication to the advancement of her community. Her entry into politics heralded a new era for the representation and advocacy. This is especially true for the Latinx community, as she shattered glass ceilings and tirelessly championed the causes which were important to her and to her constituents. Gloria Molina was the first Latina to be elected to the California State Legislature, the first Latina elected to the Los Angeles City Council, and she was the first Latina elected to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Her victories were not just her own, but for the women and members of the Latinx community who had been historically underrepresented in those spaces. Ms. Molina never lost sight of the community from which she came. Gloria worked tirelessly to ensure her constituents had equitable access to public transit, public services, fair land use policies, affordable housing, and opportunities for upward economic mobility. She was a voice for the voiceless and a champion for the marginalized. Today, as we bid farewell to this formidable woman, let Gloria Molina's life be a testament to what can be achieved through dedication, compassion, and a commitment to public service. In her honor, let us have a moment of silence. The next order of business is with the Executive Director. Executive Director Jean Soroka is away on business travel in Hong Kong, Singapore, and Melbourne, Australia, participating in the APL Logistics Supply Chain Symposium, where more than 70 cargo owners and logistics companies will be present. He will be providing keynotes, leading discussions, and participating in panels. We'll also do TV spots on Bloomberg and CNBC Asia while in Singapore. All of this is being done in an effort to bring more cargo business to the Port of LA. Deputy Executive Director Marla Blevins is available for questions related to the business of the port, if there are any. I now would like to invite Councilman McOsker to the podium for comments on item number 9 and also on AltaSea. Oh,
Thank you very much.
There.
Madam President, I really appreciate the opportunity to be with you, Madam President and Commissioners.
Thank you for having me. I'll start with AltaSea. I'm sorry that I have to run. I'm going to head up the freeway and have a press event in just about a half hour, so I will have to make comment and go. But I look forward to watching on tape the AltaSea presentation. You all know, how important AltaSea is to me personally, but I think it's also extraordinarily important to all of the things that you are doing to create a port that is sustainable, where we have jobs for the future, and it fits into your good work, and I am really appreciative of the good work of Jenny Caruso and Terry Tamminen. So thank you for having them today. I do want to speak on item number 9. Item number 9 is the ABH home, the Bridge Home facility, which is on port property, and it has been leased from the port by the city for a term of many months, and the issue today is whether that lease will be extended. And I want to acknowledge, and I want to point out that I think we all agree that the moral imperative of our time is making sure that we bring folks in from homelessness, that our unhoused neighbors have a pathway from not just temporary shelter, but into permanent shelter. And it is something that we are all working hard on. And I appreciate the mayor's leadership most certainly. The mayor is asking you, I understand, to extend this lease, and you'll hear more about that later. I also want to say that as we got into the business of temporary shelter in the ABHs, we made commitments to the community. We made significant commitments to the community. When I say we, I'm talking about the city family, before the mayor's time and before my time, but those are commitments that have not been met. Commitments that have not been met on a regular basis. We made commitments that these ABH areas would not only provide a clean, safe place for our unhoused neighbors, but the neighborhoods surrounding it, those folks who said yes to those solutions, would also have regular cleanups, regular public safety, private safety, and operations that would fit in as well as possible to the surrounding neighborhood. And the city has failed in many cases. And I think in this case, there are failures. And so I've had the opportunity with my team to walk that property, to meet with the leadership of that property, and we've talked about the things that need to be done. I've had the opportunity to meet with departments, the various departments within the city family who are responsible for to meet some of those commitments, and I've had the opportunity to meet with our mayor. And everybody is, I believe, of one accord that we need to meet those commitments. We need to make sure for the term of this lease extension, should it happen today, that we are doing right by the community and doing right by our unhoused neighbors. I am most appreciative of the community around the Wilmington area who have raised this as a concern, and I'm particularly appreciative of the neighborhood council. I think you have already heard from the neighborhood council. You'll probably hear from the neighborhood council today, as well we should. Those are the folks that need to hold us accountable. And you have my letter. I will not recount my letter. And these issues in my letter are not all on the Harbor Commission. They're certainly not on the Harbor Department. They are on the city family, and I believe the city family is here today. And I think we are all on the same page that we are committed to make sure that the bullets that I have put in that letter are things that we are going to do and we're going to be held accountable for. And I know my friends will hold me accountable. Regular cleanups around the area, regular private patrol around the area, regular LAPD patrol around the area. Make sure that even things that should be as simple as when and where does the trash get picked up and removed have not been worked out properly, and they will be now. And if they aren't, I know I'll hear about it, and I welcome that. I totally, completely welcome that, because we're all in this together. We need to work ourselves out of this business, but as we're working ourselves out of the business of temporary shelter, we need to make sure we're doing right by the entire community. So I appreciate your role in this. I appreciate what I believe you're going to do today, and I want to acknowledge that this is not all on the port. This is on the city family. And so I appreciate you. I look forward to whatever action you're going to take today, but then most importantly, I think you're going to hear from the city family who are going to make those commitments that we will all live up to. So thank you very much, Commissioners. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councilman McOster, and thank you for everything you do for your district and your commitment to making sure that they are positively impacted by any decisions that are made here.
Right, I appreciate that. And it's really important to hear the voices of every neighborhood in the 1-5. Thank you.
We will now move on to item C, comment from the public on non-agenda items. We want to begin with former Commissioner Lucia Moreno Linares.
Good morning. Sorry about that. I sat very far. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Hello, Commissioner Middleton, Commissioner Williams. Good to see you. And Commissioner Roybal Allard and Commissioner Munoz. Very nice to meet you. Lucia Moreno Linares, and I am speaking on, or rather I bring a thank you from the Rotary Club of Wilmington. Our club has been in the past, and this year as well, a recipient of the community grants. And I just want to let you know on two of the events that helps fund, which is in May, the Taste of Wilmington during Fleet Week. Commissioner Williams was there. And also this beginning of August, August 1st, we had National Night Out at the Waterfront Park. Both of these are community events open to everyone, were, I believe, a success, especially coming out of the pandemic. And I just want to say thank you for your support. We have other community support as well, but this is a key part. The funding that we've received from the port is a key part of making those events possible for the community. I believe during the Fleet Week reception, the people that came over all had a good time. We had the best band, the Marine Band, playing there. And as well for National Night Out, I shout out to, and I saw him earlier, Officer Gaines was here, certainly Officer Stacy was there. Port Police, wonderful. I think they had a good time on National Night Out. We had great hamburgers. The fire departments were there, and it was a wonderful community event. And I just want to say thank you. We appreciate that support and look forward to continuing to receive that report. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Felton Williams.
Good morning, Madam President and members of the executive of the Harbor Area Executive Committee. My name is Dr. Felton Williams. I actually live 2 blocks from here, grew up in the Rancho housing projects. I serve as an administrator and faculty member at CSU Long Beach, CSU Dominguez Hills, also served as Dean of Counseling Services at Sacramento City College and Dean of Business and Social Science at Long Beach City College. I also served as president of the San Pedro and Wilmington NAACP for 25 years, where I increased the membership from 30 to over 300 members in 2 years. I attended and graduated from San Pedro High School and LA Harbor College, where I was named Outstanding Alumni. I was a class member of Mr. Dave Arian. I served as secretary to the brigade commander, United States Army Europe. During my tenure as NAACP president, in my first 2 years, we worked with the National Office of the NAACP and filed and won a lawsuit against LA Unified School District for discrimination. My son was a plaintiff in that case. I worked with Karen Bass in her first bid to the California State Assembly, and more recently facilitated a fundraiser for Karen at her request, along with Mr. Peter Gravitt here in San Pedro. Facilitated an agreement with DiCarlo Bakery to retain its African American employees. And just a little background, the reason for our presence today we are here to support Commissioner Lee Williams, who is the second African American to serve as a member of the LA Harbor Commission. There is very strong support from Mr. Williams in the Harbor area, as referenced by the people who are in this room. I'm going to ask him to stand. Thank you. And in conclusion, we look forward to working with Mr. Williams in his role as the Harbor Commissioner, and request that anything that you want of us to do, please be sure to give us, just ask, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Dr. Williams, let me just say that I absolutely agree with you that we're very fortunate to have Lee Williams as part of this commission. Matthias Villasants, if I mispronounced your name, please give it at when you get to the podium.
Hello? Yes, hello, it's Matias Villasana.
Okay.
It's okay. I'm a high school student intern. I'm from a program called EXP by Prologis. It's a high school student summer internship program, and I joined as a high school student. I'm gonna be a senior in the fall, and I joined the program last year, so in the spring of this year, and I was placed in the Port of Los Angeles here in this building. I was placed in the IT department. I didn't have an initial interest in IT, but I learned to like it. I got to learn about network and security, cybersecurity, and West Coast Cables, which is its own company, but it's a contractor that works with the Port of Los Angeles. They do the physical cable work. The networking team does they're in charge of the servers and storage, and cybersecurity is just in charge of making sure the internet connection is secure. And Ed Mitchell, who's in the network team, he was mostly my mentor and my teacher throughout the internship. He told me, it was my first job, so he told me what I need to know when working at a job, like the job board, the rights you have, what the law is when you're working, when to take a break, when to go to lunch. And he also provided me with resources if I want to stay interested in IT. For instance, there's something called the Cisco CCNA certificate. It's a test you could take, you could study for and take, and it's a certificate to show that you have knowledge in basic networking fundamentals. And I also got to meet other people in this building, people in the engineering department, people in the media team, people working in the 5th floor with community relations. And I also got to see inside the port. I got to go on the company cars and get to see community parks such as Banning's Landing. I got to see Port Pilots building. And what I really learned from this internship is, well, I got career advice. So the main thing I was told during my internship is that I was only here for a month, so I wasn't here to learn about IT so much. It was just to learn if IT was for me. So as I go back to school and go off to college, it's just about thinking about what I want to do. And I'm thankful that this experience for EXP, through the program of EXP and being placed at the Port of Los Angeles, has been my first job. It's been a great learning experience here. And I look forward to coming here as a college student and being a college student worker, having a part-time job here at the Port of Los Angeles also. And I want to thank Port of Los Angeles for funding the EXP program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Mata.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jonathan Mata. I'm a high school student at Lawndale High School. I am part of an academy called the Marine Science Academy. I would just like to give thanks for the funding to EXP. I went on the Cal Maritime trip with them about 3 weeks ago. We went up to Vallejo to Cal Maritime, and it was a great time, and it was a great learning opportunity as well. We learned a lot throughout the 5-day trip, from core values and just experience in the maritime world. This trip it opened doors for me, and it opened doors for a lot more people because, like I said previously, I'm in an academy called the Marine Science Academy, which focuses a lot on water and the maritime world. So it's allowed me to open doors for other people which would be interested in the maritime world, because I acquired knowledge during the trip, boat knowledge and just a lot about said world, which was really important, since even though I would say it is not for me, it is for other people, which I do know, which is it's very fortunate, because since I'm close with them, either I'm really close friends with them or I'm acquainted with them, I could present them knowledge on a deeper level, since I have that deeper connection with them. So that's for them, but as for me, it made me realize that it was not really the world for me. Since I was in the academy, I was thinking of maybe going into the maritime world, but after getting the knowledge and everything, getting to know everything that I did on the trip, it really opened my eyes that it really isn't for me, but it does provide a lot of things for other people. It does provide a lot of jobs, and it's just really important overall. So yeah, I'd just like to give thanks for the funding. The trip was amazing. Everybody was amazing at the school and the EXP program as well. So yeah, just thank you.
Romeo Clay.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Romeo Clay, and this year I'm going to be going into my senior year at Banning High School. So thanks to EXP and the Port of LA, I was able to go to Cal Maritime this summer. And on this trip, we were able to learn a lot about the maritime industry and how to get into that industry. And as someone who wasn't very sure about what I wanted to do after college, this was a very eye-opening and very enriching experience. And I was able to learn that this is the industry that I want to go into by talking to professionals such as captains and chief engineers at Cal Maritime. So I would like to thank the Port of LA and EXP for sponsoring this program and for allowing me to have this very enriching experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Ureña.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jessica Ureña. I'm the Director of Development at EXP, the Opportunity Engine. You've already heard from some of our students about their experience with our summer programs. EXP connects students with opportunities to succeed in career, in life, and in school. As you see, these kids, they're ready for their senior year. EXP was founded at the heart of the port by former Port Commissioner Carol Rowan in 1999. Her goal was to bring the industry and schools together to build tomorrow's workforce for the port industry. The long-standing partnership between POLA and EXP has exposed thousands of students to jobs and careers in international trade, transportation, logistics, and the overall goods movement industry. Just a month ago, in this very room, we had a workshop with our internship students, and we had a panel of EXP alums who are all current POLA employees. There are about 5 or 6 people on the panel. So we have proof that these programs are working, that our kids are being exposed and encouraged and want to be part of this community. Our students spoke about our Cal Maritime Career Expedition trip. We took about 20 students up to the campus in Vallejo. The students experienced hands-on maritime career education and came back with a maritime safety certificate. And our signature internship program, this summer, we had 76 students from high schools all across the Harbor and South Bay community receiving a 4-week paid internship with our industry partners. 15 of those students interned right here at POLA in a variety of departments, including port police, risk management, engineering, and IT, as you heard. POLA's Community Investment Program through EXP has truly invested in the future of our youth, helping them reach their full potential. Thank you, commissioners, for your support, and thank you to everyone at POLA who has taken the time to speak to our students at school, to speak to them there at various events, who are mentoring them through our internship program. It is truly appreciated, and we are all helping them reach their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker under item C is Susan Pritchard.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm a resident of Wilmington, and I would like to bring some items to your attention that I feel need to be addressed. One of them is the Wilmington Waterfront Park. I came here once before about this issue. There need to be more trash cans on the upper level of the water. I know it seems inconspicuous in the range of things that you do in the port, but there are not enough trash cans on the top level if something could be done about that. And the other thing is on the Harbor Bridges side, Harry Bridges side, they don't seem to be looking after the plants on that side. There's a lot of weeds and stuff on that side of the park. So if something could be done about that. And then the other thing is, last week I was coming to work last Friday, and I don't know if it's been brought to your attention or not, but the truck traffic entering China shipping last Friday was backed up across the Vincent Thomas Bridge and almost down to Anaheim Street, I have heard. I only saw it going back to Harry Bridges. But no, it was all blocking everywhere. So anybody that was coming to the cruise ship who was unfamiliar with the area wouldn't know how, they were just stuck in between trucks. And it was really, really bad. And I, for one, who work there, I had to call in and say, hey, I'm going to be a little late to work today because I had to find a reroute. Luckily, I knew how to get there, but something needs to be done. And the third thing is, with the upcoming plan for the bridge, they really need to look at Harry Bridges. It looks like it's going to base failure already. Not that I'm an experienced person with how they make roads and that, but that road is relatively new and it looks like it's cracking already. It's already got some big potholes in it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. We will now move on to item 10. Madam Secretary, do we have any reports from Neighborhood Council representatives?
There was indeed, Madam President. It was a Wilmington Neighborhood Council letter that was filed with as a community impact statement from Gina Martinez.
Good morning, Commissioners. First of all, thank you for everything that you do. We really do appreciate working with our port and all the investment that you've been doing in Wilmington. The reason I am here today, however, is with regards to Agenda Item 9, which is the Eubank Project lease extension. The Wilmington Neighborhood Council submitted a community impact statement detailing our concerns regarding the Eubank revocable permit on today's agenda. And although we sympathize with the housing crisis and those individuals who are suffering from homelessness, the end doesn't always justify the means, and we cannot in good conscience support the extension at this time. The city has failed in its due diligence in providing a proper and accurate BOE report. The BOE report was supposed to be representative of what was to be built in our community, and it is not. The report is laden with errors. Among other things, the site plan states it's located on Beacon and O'Farrell, on a hillside, has the wrong zoning, and even goes so far as to include a deed for a property in the city of Long Beach as the property researched in the AUL. We have challenged many people who have read the report to tell us definitively how many square feet the project is, as consistently throughout the report, various sizes are listed. No one has yet been able to tell us. The project as outlined in the BOE report is not what was built on Eubank, and we as a community, we're entitled to know what is being built in our community. The port has done many projects in Wilmington, and they have never and would never let such a poorly written project proceed. The stakeholders of Wilmington are no different than any other Angelino. We expect and in fact are entitled to transparency and due diligence from our city. At some point there needs to be, and my mouth is going dry, so forgive me. At some point, there needs to be some accountability, and we would be remiss in our duty if we did not stand up now for our community and let you know that this is happening. The city has further reneged on its promises regarding this project. As our councilman stated, we were supposed to have LAPD be the security at the facility with extra patrols and cleanups. There were supposed to be no homeless encampments allowed within the vicinity of the bridge home. The city has failed in all these promises. The stakeholders of Wilmington deserve better than what we have been given. Our NC has strived very hard to have a working relationship with the port and this commission. We know this is not a port-related issue, and the commission knows better than anybody how our community has suffered through poor policies and lax enforcement from the city. To grant a 3.5-year extension only serves to further hurt our community. Thank you.
Okay. We will now have the reports from the commissioners. I'd like to report that on August 9th, I joined the Port of Los Angeles staff in welcoming Representative Takano to talk to him about the Port of Los Angeles and its importance not only to his district, but also to the nation. I also met with Yolanda Regalado to learn more about the community and the interests of and concerns of the community. And I'll turn to Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam President. I have 10 items to report, so instead of going in chronological order, I'll go in order of importance to cover the ones that I think are the most significant. On August 4th, 2023, I made a site visit to APMT with Mike DiBernardo, the president of Local 13, Gary Herrera, Mark Jurisic from Local 13, and numerous PMA construction people, and Joe Gregorio Jr. Rather than detailing what we saw, I would like to request a report from staff within 30 days covering the following. How many battery, as most of you know, this was the automation project at Maersk. There were 130 automated straddle carriers put in. My questions are as follows. How many battery charging stations have been installed? How many battery charging stations are operational? What percentage of the automatic straddle carriers are diesel powered on a daily basis? What percent are running on alternative fuel on a daily basis? What does AMT say is the reduction in labor in the last 12 months on a daily basis? Please agendize this item as ILW Local 13 President Gary Herrera and Councilman McOsker would like to be present for the report. That was the site visit. On the same day, the same parties went to the PMA Mechanics Training Center. The commissioners may know this was developed as a result of the automation struggle 4 years ago. A level 1 coastal development permit was issued 11/17/22. It wasn't moving forward. I asked for requests on 12/15/22. Schedule was provided with a move-in date of 7/1/23. Asked for a second request, May 11th, 23. PMA response was they were still waiting for permits. Asked for the site visit. I now can report that the foundation work has been done. The cost went from $5.6 million to $13 million, happily I can say, to be paid by the Pacific Maritime Association. There were foundation problems in terms of the stability of the land. At the meeting, they stated the move-in date was October 2023, pushed back several times. Further questions indicated there were problems with the DWP, and they couldn't move in until February 24. I don't need a report back, but I would like staff to see if they can assist with the DWP issues to cut that 3-4 month move-in time so they can get started a little earlier in terms of the move-in date and everything that's going to be done. Other meetings that I had that I think are significant to report: on August 3rd, I met with former Executive Director and current AltaSea Board Chair, Geraldine Natz. On August 9th, I met with former Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa. On August 2nd, I attended the LW Pensioner Lunch with a report on the new contract, and I'm happy to tell you that the voting will be next week, and the votes will be certified August 24th. Of course, no idea how that vote's going to go, but we remain hopeful. On some other meetings that I think are significant to report, on July 26th, I met with former Deputy Mayor Larry Frank and Wayne Edel of the Marine Preservation Trust. This is a group in Wilmington that is training apprentices in wooden boat building. They have been on a month-to-month lease. It's a temporary revocable permit. The issue is with the new project, Orsum, going in. They are likely to have to move. There's environmental work that needs to be done. Question for staff. Could we please assess the needs of small commercial and pleasure craft for ship repair? The community is very concerned that there is not sufficient facility for small ships that need to be repaired. And particularly, we want to know what is open. They mentioned Al Larson, Eddie Marines, and so on. We also have a project pending, which is Bellwether. Question is, we know that's in the EIR stage now, and it's going to be at Berth 46. Question that the community asked is, will that be sufficient to meet the needs in terms of ship repair in our community, that there's nothing that's really covering that? I attended the Future Ports meeting on August 1st and gave introductory remarks, and I am really happy to report that our guest from the IMO, Corinne Langlois, understood the need of engagement on a global scale. I stressed that I thought when we talked about zero emission and environmental issues, we needed national standards, that was the only way we were going to get anywhere, and that we were facing a crisis that would only be solved with the greatest degree of cooperation rather than competition. We talked about the production of zero-emission cargo handling equipment and that it had to be ramped up on both a national and global level if we were going to get anywhere. In addition, I was very happy to attend Tony Giuello's retirement party on board the Iowa, July 20th. On July 22nd, my family attended the Sail GP and Tech Tour. Fabulous event. Congratulations to Mike Galvin, the Community Service Department, everybody who did it. July 24th, I met with staff following up on the question of the Pasha situation at Pasha. And also July 24th, I was fortunate enough to accompany Councilman McCosker and community leaders from Wilmington on a tour of the Wilmington waterfront. And it's amazing the progress that's being made. It's going to be a fabulous, fabulous project. And I actually covered everything. That's everything that I did and have to report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to keep mine very short because it was I did a lot less activities this time due to my schedule. But I want to start off by saying on July 20th, I attended Tony's retirement party, and that was a great testament. We had the students here from EXP, and the investment that we make into our interns and apprentices and folks that get to have that experience here in the port is an investment in the future of the port, and giving that exposure of what they might like and what they may not like so much helps them make better decisions as they set up their future job opportunities. I attended on July 22nd SAIL GP from the stands and got to get that perspective. On 7/23, I attended SAIL GP from the Irving Johnson wooden boat from Lammy and got to see that perspective. I think the entire SAIL GP experience from both angles was absolutely fantastic and something that we should encourage more of. And I like the messaging around clean air and natural resources going into making such an exciting race day and weekend. On July 25th, I attended the San Pedro Bay Ports Give Quarterly Clean Air Action Plan Update. On August 1st, I attended the SA Recycling and Port of LA to commemorate the zero emissions crane that had moved 5 million tons of material. On August 1st, I also attended the Port of LA Future Ports event, where the Vice President was very eloquent in really talking about the global engagement that's necessary to really have impact on climate change. Also, federal standards that would help the Port of Los Angeles better compete in a national environment so that we're not doing the wrong thing by shifting port traffic to other dirtier ports and therefore circumventing some of the efforts that we're trying to make on climate change. On August 1st, I also attended National Night Out, where the former commissioner made sure that she let me know every single detail that the port could do to better improve our experience. And I would like to direct staff to look into potentially electrifying some of the light posts or creating outlets so that we're not requiring attendees to have generators that further pollute and makes that space a little bit more accessible. Did I get that right? Okay, thank you. And then on August 6th, White Point Mural Project, where I got to show the artistic benefit that I create for the community alongside Councilman McCosker. And then yesterday, the Beacon House check presentation from Assembly Member Mike Gibson and Senator Stephen Bradford was also a further commitment of the investment that we have here in the community being really important. And just, I want to end by saying thank you for the comments that were made before and the folks that are showing up here in support of me. The most important focus that I have in sitting in this seat is to represent the community, both in the economic benefit and also the clean air and the environmental benefit that we, as stewards of the port, offer our community. So thank you.
Mr. Munoz?
Thank you. I'll be very brief. On the 25th, I also attended the San Pedro Bay Ports Cleaner Action Plan update. On August the 1st, I attended the SA Recycling event to commemorate the zero emission crane. And on the 3rd, I met with representatives from the engineering department and Mike DiBernardo on LED lighting and light pollution and how it affects the community. So that's it. Thank you.
There are no board committee reports. So, Madam Secretary, will you move to the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of July 20th, 2023?
Yes.
Motion to approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
I'm sorry, I forgot one thing. I just wanted to offer my condolences to the Patel family. We think we received this, and so that's it. I just wanted to say my condolences to the Patel family for the loss of their son.
Okay, from all of us. We have received a letter from the Wilmington Neighborhood Council, as was mentioned earlier, also from the city mayor, and also from Council District of 15 on item 19. So I'm on item 9. And so given the community interest on item 9, we will take it up now as the next order of business. So Madam Secretary, please read the item into the record.
Item 9 is a resolution for the approval of revocable permit number 23-11 between the City of Los Angeles Harbor Department and City of Los Angeles General Services Department. And here to discuss and present is Marissa Katnish.
Good morning, Commissioners. This item is concerning a revocable permit with General Services for a transitional housing facility located in Wilmington. It's particularly critical because it supports Mayor Bass's initiatives to address the homelessness crisis in LA. The proposed revocable permit will allow General Services to continue to operate the facility for a term of up to an additional 42 months. The facility's been in place for approximately 3 years and serves up to 100 individuals at any given time. The existing revocable permit expires in August 31st, but the facilities need to be on then, so we're proposing this continuation so there's no disruption in services. The terms are materially the same as what's in place today, including the rent and maintenance obligations, but one thing that I did want to point out is that the port will be assisting with trimming the trees at the facility until GSD is equipped to handle it itself. And last, while this lease is generally inconsistent with our traditional port uses, we consider it port term, and we'll be working with the city on a long-term path for a property solution. So with that, we are requesting the board approve the successor permit and adopt the findings that are laid out in the report, and most notably that this is in the best interest of the city. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
We will now hear from the public on this item. Our first speaker is former Commissioner Lucia Moreno Linares.
Thank you. And speaking as a resident, I live on McFarland, so it's 1 block over or behind where the facility is. I drive by there regularly. I'd like to clarify that I don't oppose the use of having this temporary facility there. I agree that something needs to be done to house the unhoused. As a commissioner and also as a Rotarian, I've been able to tour the facility on the inside, so I can attest that it's well-maintained, the services that are provided there. My issue is with how it looks outside. And I realize commissioners are not responsible for how it looks outside. But because the port does own the land, and we are about to grant an agreement, permission for them to continue using it, I certainly hope that the commissioners can urge City Attorney's Office that there be some teeth in this agreement so that the promises made are kept. When you drive by there, it is not appealing. Perhaps it's appealing to a homeless person because it's better than living in the street. But other than that, it just looks ugly, dirty, and unkept from the outside. I don't think that it's that difficult. It just has to be a willingness to maintain it, to have a gardener who works it regularly. I appreciate that urging Commissioner Perosi, port people went out there and trimmed the trees, but it shouldn't take that. The people running it had an agreement of how it was supposed to look. We were made a promise, we the residents, certainly those of us that live nearby, how it was going to be maintained, how that street was going to look. It was not supposed to look worse. There is an assortment of mobile homes just parked there, and I understand people live in those homes, they got to go somewhere. But how you keep the area next to them, how those sidewalks look, it's not right. It's a dump. And so I certainly hope that you follow the intent of the letter that our CD 15 Councilman McCosker sent in on all the items that need to be maintained extra security. I avoid that street, and I shouldn't have to, because that's where, one of the lights is going to be at. It just doesn't look right. It is not dignified. There's no respect to that. And we're using city dollars to maintain that place. So I urge you to urge that it's written in a way that is more enforceable than it has been up until now. I think our community deserves better. I think the people living there deserve better, because you blame them for how it looks outside. And they're not responsible for that. I think it's just the lack of us, or those in charge, not enforcing what we said we were going to do. So I'd urge you to please keep that in mind and respect the community by keeping to the agreements that we said we were going to keep to. Thank you.
Gina Martinez. Okay. You already spoke on this issue? Okay. Okay. Susan Pritchard?
Good morning again, Commissioners. I don't live exactly next to this property. I do live on the other side of town. However, I go down it at least once or twice a month, the street, Eubank, and I would have to agree with both what the Neighborhood Council and former Commissioner Linares Moreno said, that something needs to be done. It just doesn't look right for our community. We were promised better, and I do hope the city attorney and the city and the property management people will do something in the future to make it right. Thank you.
The board shares some of the concerns that have been raised, and I would like now to call up the agencies to respond to the issues that have been stated by the speakers and the Wilmington Neighborhood Council letter. From the Office of the City Administrator, we have Kendall Leal and Annabella Gonzalez. From the General Services Department, we have Wayne Lee. The LA Homeless Service Authority, Daniel Javier and Jacqueline Grant. U.S. Vets, Terry Chandler. And the Bureau of Engineering, Eric Villanueva. If you would please come forward and respond.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, board members. My name is Kendra Leal. I represent the City Administrative Officer's Office. I'm a senior admin analyst in the homelessness group. And with me, you can see, brought a lot of my colleagues. I think one of the things that was most pressing was to respond to the Neighborhood Council's letter. So I will invite my colleague, Eric, to come up and answer those concerns.
Good morning. I'm Eric Villanueva. I'm an architect for the Bureau of Engineering. I'm here representing the whole Bureau. We're a large group. We did get the letter from the Wilmington Neighborhood Council with the 11 concerns and issues. We provided a letter response for you with all the responses from the different departments, our environmental management group, our geotechnical division. We've all provided input into it. Just to summarize for all of us, there was some, and we apologize for any typos or discrepancies that might have been in the BOE report. At the time, we were filing multiple sites. So there was probably confusion with the Beacon site and the Eubank site and even some other ones in Los Feliz. But to clarify, I know there was specifically about the square footages. Sometimes in the report, the square footages depends on what the issues is that we're looking at. So for example, just to answer that directly, there was 47,000 square feet of the actual parcels and the sites, but the actual bridge home itself is only 31,000 square feet. So the enclosed area of the actual bridge home is smaller than all the parcels. So I did want to clarify that for you. That was one of your. Yeah, I saw that you motioned that in the responses. I'm not sure where that number came from. I'm feeling that's from the Beacon site, which is a much larger site with the Hill site. So we are going to be correcting the notice of exemption when it is refiled to make sure that any errors or discrepancies are corrected. Anything else? I know those are sort of the main concerns, a lot of the kind of minutiae and details that need to be better looked at in filing these reports. There was also some things about hazards in soil. Just want to confirm with our geotech, there was no hazards reported, or in our analysis, there was a level 2 assessment done on the site. And all our utilities were run above asphalt. There's a vapor barrier, and all the constructions follow the best management to make sure any methane mitigations were done. Correct, and you're correct on noting that the AUL, which is the, let me make sure I get that correct, the activity and use limitation search was done on the incorrect parcel number. However, that is not one of the required studies by the industry standards. It was an additional one along with a bunch of other environmental data resources and other analysis that was done through our ACOM report, which filed that there, all the hazards. It's called the Eubank Avenue Bridge Housing Hazards Technical Memorandum prepared by our ACOM consultant. So there was a lot of other analysis and reports done, but that was rightfully pointed out that that was the incorrect parcel that was done on.
Madam President, I'm sorry, can you just wait? We're going to bring a microphone to you so we can hear you. Thank you.
On answer number 2, site plans were labeled progress and confidential. That was you actually did 2 reports, one that was done about 6 months before, which had even more errors, where it said progress and confidential. There weren't even any pictures. I think you may be confusing the reports, because the second report actually had the pictures of the San Pedro Bridge home with the fire hydrants and utilities on Beacon and O'Farrell.
Again, so we're going to be sure to correct any discrepancies that were from the multiple sites that we were filing in the new additional NOE.
And was there, you even had the zoning incorrect. You have us on a hillside.
That's the Beacon site, yeah.
Yeah, and you don't have us as CUGU when we are CUGU. And, that's all you had to do was go to ZEMIS to look that up.
Correct, and I apologize on behalf of the Bureau of Engineering and all these reports, which are about 2,000 pages long, that there is possibly some discrepancies, especially when we're moving so quick and filing multiple sites. But again, just want to emphasize these discrepancies or details do not negate the findings that we've done on all the environmental issues and our construction practices.
What assurance do we have that they were done correctly? You put, that is supposed to be representative of what's in our community. I hear what you're saying, but we have no way to verify it. You provided us a document, and that document is incorrect. And now you want to say, but they are correct.
Well, anything you want to add to that? All I can say is we are correcting all the typos, I guess. But the findings stand the same.
And what about the hazardous pipeline? Because there are actually 3 hazardous pipelines per your report, but you only address 1.
I'm sorry, what?
There are, according to, there's 3 hazardous pipelines, but your report only addresses 1. We have no idea what's running through those other 2 hazardous pipelines.
And there is reports about that was done on our phase 2 about those pipelines, and none of that is detected any hazards to those. They are, and I'll read specifically what they are. Previous reports did not find pipelines nor related hazards nor any significant contamination. The geophysical survey noted part of a cutoff section of a junk pipe that may be related to the transfer of crude oil from the former well pumper to a distant collection point. The other pipe was detected running diagonally across the property that appears to be an abandoned electrical cabling cut off at the ground level in the southeast corner of the property. There is no evidence of hazardous liquid pipelines, nor leak or explosion hazard, and no mitigation was needed. And also any pipeline hazards that would have been addressed through normal construction precautions, including calling the underground service alert and any numbers or pipelines for the signs adjacent to any excavations. And again, just want to emphasize all our utilities are run above ground, and there was vapor barriers sealing any leaks that could possibly come.
Thank you.
Sure. I don't know if anybody wants to add in my long line of.
Okay. All right, if there's no more comments from the agencies, then I'm going to open it up for questions from the commissioners, and I will begin with Commissioner. Oh, you do have. I apologize.
Hi, I'm Terry Chandler. I am the site coordinator at A Bridge Home, Eubank, so I'm representing U.S. Vets. Our facility houses 100 people, and we've managed in the past 2 years to get 98 people off the street and into permanent housing. So we are doing really good work. I do agree with the neighborhood that the motorhomes and the tents are a huge issue in that area, but none of those belong to our facility, and we would like them gone as well. So I really do implore you to please renew the lease, because we have many people right now that are going to be moving into permanent housing, and if our place is not allowed to operate, they will have nowhere to go but just right back out on the street, which is going to perpetuate the neighborhood problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Middleton?
Thank you, Madam President. The first thing that has to be said is a very big thank you to all the members of the community that took the time to write letters and to come out, particularly coming out to a public meeting. I used to do it a lot before I was a commissioner, and I know it's a burden to get here, to wait, to listen to other things. So I really, really appreciate the fact that this auditorium is filled with people from Wilmington who care about their community. And of course, I'm particularly grateful. I wouldn't have expected any less, but it's nice to see our former colleague, Commissioner Lucia Moreno-Linares, still so active in the community and still speaking up, just as she did when she was on the board. So thank you all for being here. Now, having said that, I think the issues raised fall into two categories. The first, and I don't mean to diminish it, but the first are many of the issues that are outlined in the president of the Wilmington Neighborhood Council in her letter, and they are what I would call administrative. Administrative in the sense of, I am with you, Ms. Martinez. I appreciate the fact you read this. I too look at things and feel this sense of outrage of, you don't have the right address, you don't have the right this. What about that? These are not details. What you are saying in so many words is you want to know that somebody looked at your community and cared, and that they didn't review something that had to do with another community, okay? I think those things have been addressed. And while, again, we're not here to make excuses, we know staff is busy, we know there's many projects, we know there's tens of thousands of pages total, you want to get it right. And you can see from listening to these people, it's important to them. And it's important not because they want to nitpick, but because they want to know you looked at their community. And I was particularly concerned with the comments you made about pipes, because I'm really concerned. We have residences in an area of heavy industrial use. And if I'd lived there, I'd want to know that there wasn't a pipe leaking something that was toxic near to where my kids are playing. So those were all valid points. I do believe they've been addressed. So I think on the question of toxic pipes and that kind of thing, I think that's done. I think you've said you're going to get the administrative stuff right, and that there will be a new document staff can look at. Now, here's what I'm more concerned about and what I want to ask our staff to address. Councilman McCosker's letter. On page 2, he lists several bullet points, and I think we have Councilman McCosker's representative. I don't know your correct title now. I know I've known George Magallanes for 30 years, since he was an intern at the Housing Authority. And Mr. Magallanes, are you now Councilman McCosker's deputy on unhoused people? Okay. So you're here. I want you to be sure to tell the councilman, we noted all those points on page 2. What I want to ask staff, whether that would be Marissa or Mike, what are we going to do about all the points the councilman raises? And again, everybody understands this is not what the Harbor Department does, but we want to work with the community. It's our property, and even though US Vets is running it, and we understand that's going to be up for bid, I want to know what you're going to do about all those points, because I don't just want to say, even though of course I have tremendous respect for our mayor and I respect her wishes, I don't want to just say the mayor wants this, let's vote yes. I want answers. So tell me, Ms. Katnich, what are we going to do about all those points that Councilman McCosker raises?
So this will be a collective effort. So there's a number of departments, representatives standing behind me that can address each of the points. The city administrative officer is the holistic representative, so I'll ask them to come up first. But on this list, the Harbor Department would be responsible for trimming the trees. So we're responsible for the leasehold premises, but this includes their lease and things that are spilling outside of the lease. So the port is responsible for managing the lease, enforcing the maintenance obligation, and on top of that, we're going to trim the trees until GSD is equipped to. And for these other items, GSD, Bureau of Sanitation, and these other departments, US Vets was already here, I'm going to ask them to step up for their each of item that they're going to address personally for those departments. You want to start? Okay.
Good morning, again. So we do appreciate everybody who is here as well. That's why when this letter was brought to our attention, the city family attention, we worked tirelessly to address these points. One of the things was the external landscaping as well as the tree trimming. It wasn't explicitly stated in the lease agreement, but it is now understood that US Vets is responsible for those things. So my office will be providing funding for them to address the landscaping issues, and then we've also worked with the port to do the initial tree trimming since they have the means to do so. And then in the future years, we will go ahead and provide funding for that going forward during the lease agreement. I think the other thing that was a concern was the trash pickup. I don't want to speak for the council office, but they did work with sanitation and US Vets to have that addressed. I will let them speak to that. But then the other thing is they've also reached out to the regional outreach coordinators in our office as well to start addressing the encampments and the RVs along the street. And I'm not sure if there's anything that I missed. I'm happy to come back up, but I think I'll turn it over to Sergio to address the items that his office has taken the lead on.
Good morning, Sergio Carrillo with the 1-5. One of the things, so first of all, I too am a resident of Wilmington. I remember the promises that were made to the community that if we supported this ABH, that a special enforcement area would be created, that it would not be a magnet for homelessness or unhoused individuals. And just to paint a picture for you new commissioners, this location used to be the casual hall site, which in many cases like a day labor site for longshore workers. And 3 times a day, it was backed up galore. Traffic was a nightmare. And well, when the previous Council District 15 was trying to enforce it with police, and then longshore were upset, the police were pulled away. It was just a nightmare. And so when the casual hall went away, the community celebrated. They're like, oh, finally, we get some peace here. Then the city proposed putting an ABH there, and well, as you can probably imagine, there were some concerns. The city made promises to the community saying, we will do certain things, and those things were just never done. by the city family, not one department in particular, but all of us as a whole. And a couple of things that were pretty bad were, for example, the screening on the outside. Well, that's been reordered. It's going to be placed in. The screening was a special screening designed by the Bureau of Engineering with designs that said a bridge housing and what have you. That's going in. But the other thing that was, it's embarrassing to say this, was the trash situation. The user was under the impression that trash pickup was Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Sanitation thought the trash pickup was Mondays and Thursdays. Well, as you could imagine, the dumpsters were outside because no one was picking up. The user was upset the sanitation wasn't picking up the stuff. Sanitation was upset that the user didn't put the dumpsters out, and so it became a nightmare. It also became a magnet for the motorhomes. And as Commissioner Moreno-Linares mentioned, it's not the fact that the motorhomes are there, but the fact that what is occurring next to the sidewalk where these motorhomes are at. Again, not a responsibility of the user, of the end user, at the ABH, but a problem nonetheless. So we have discussed with our city departments to address all of those issues. One of the issues, we will have posted street sweeping on this block. That doesn't exist right now. So we will have weekly street sweeping occurring there. We have worked out with sanitation a real schedule. They now know Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, so that situation will go away. The issue with the screening that we're all talking about will be fixed. It's been ordered. It will be replaced. The issue with the trees will be addressed as your own staff will be doing the work until such a time as General Services can do so, with CAO reimbursing the Harbor Department for that. So it won't even come at a cost to you. We will be working with LASA to address the motorhomes across the street, to try to relocate them. And so there was, I think that was most of the issues that are there. And so we are committed, we, the council office, are committed to doing the best that we can to fulfill those promises that were never kept, or not always kept. We're going to do our best to serve that community, to keep our promises to the community, but also to offer a dignified place for the unhoused Angelinos to go to in our community. We are having a problem. We need to address all of it, and we believe we have. I want to thank your port staff for taking the leadership over the last week or two to bring all of us together to address these issues. And it's been nice to have BOE, to have the Bureau of Engineering, the General Services Department, the Bureau of Sanitation, the CAO's office, the Port of LA, Council District 15, all in conversations to do exactly that, to address those concerns, to address the promises made to the community and figure out how we can keep them. And it's at the exact same time, make sure that we provide 100 beds for the unhoused Angelinos in our community. And so we believe we're going to be addressing those, and we want to be held accountable if we're not. George Magallanes, our on-house coordinator, will be taking the lead on that in our office. And his job, by the way, is full-time working with the unhoused community. So he is our guy, and he'll be working on it. And the council member will be holding George accountable, so you know it's going to be happening. And so I'm available to answer any more questions you may have. Any other speakers?
Okay. Commissioner Lee.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find the words. I agree with everything that Vice President Middleton said. There's nothing more important community-related wise an effort than our addressing the homeless situation. And you have a community that said yes to a bridge home. When we have conversations around the bridge home, when we're talking about starting a lease and extending a lease, we have a room full of representatives from the city to talk about that. But when we have people in the community that ask for simple things that I think would help make this bridge home more effective, we don't get the same kind of response. We don't get a dozen people behind that. It's insane to me when I read the letter from the mayor's office, the number of things that were so egregiously wrong in the original plan really is indicative to the community. The community is absolutely justified in being outraged by the sloppiness of the original assessment. That being said, I completely agree with the efforts of the 1.5 to address these problems, because it doesn't make the job of U.S. vets more, it doesn't make that job easy when you have mobile homes and you have tents right outside the facility. It doesn't encourage the residents that live within that facility to really make that leap towards ending their homeless cycle. So I agree 100% with the issues that are addressed here in the letter from the 1.5. I think that it's important that we continue to have a facility like this, because if we were to close something down, then we have zero leverage over addressing these issues, and we put these folks out on the street, and that becomes even more problematic. I don't trust the city family to do these things because they haven't demonstrated it yet. And so it's important for me in this role and for the 1.5 and for the mayor's office to really deliver on this promise to a community that has said yes to addressing the issue of homelessness, and be serious about it and be committed to it as if you live a block away from a bridge home. Thank you.
Commissioner Munoz.
Thank you. Where do I start? I don't want to go into this long historical diatribe, but I think our working class communities of color in this city have a long history of being lied to and steamrolled. From the creation of our freeway system that carved up our communities, right? The toxic incinerators in Vernon, placement of jails, prisons. So when we see reports, when there are reports where there's inconsistencies, things don't match up, it adds to this sort of historical narrative of we're being lied to, and it breeds distrust. And so and I don't want to, it's not just a clerical or administrative error. These things they mean things to people in the community. It reopens wounds. It's like this is, we're being lied to yet again, right? So it's really important that when we do these things, we try and get it, right. I think, we've done a good job of apologizing to the community and trying to get it right. We've heard folks promise this is going to happen going forward, but as somebody whose community has been lied to, how do we hold the city accountable if we don't put it in writing? How do we hold the city accountable if we don't? This is a 30-day revocable permit. Or it's a 30-day revocable permit? 42 months, but there is a process if we want to revoke the lease.
Yes.
What is that process? And how do we hold the city accountable for making sure all of these things that have been promised are actually done? Whether it's in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, how do we come back to it to see what's happened with the motorhomes, what's happened with the trash, what's happened with the trees, with the screens, everything that's been addressed by the community? How do we build that in writing so that way the community starts to trust us again?
I can cover the revocable permit and Sergio about the accountability portion of it. So the revocable permit can be terminated with 120 days notice.
The council member is going to convene So he says to bring together the GMs of the departments or the persons responsible for these things. We will be meeting periodically until it gets done. We too share with you, Commissioner Munoz, being lied to. Like former Commissioner Maron Linares, we live in that community, and a lot of promises were made, and we are seeing those. So we are in 100% with you, and it's because of that we're going to do our best to make sure that we do fulfill those commitments. And these things in this letter have already been addressed with the GMs of the various departments. Those conversations have begun already yesterday, I believe. And so what I can do is give you my word, our word. We will be meeting periodically, and we can come back and report to you, if you wish, on how that progress is going.
Commissioner Middleton?
Please. I'm glad you are all here to witness our new commission in action. I want to thank Commissioners Williams and Munoz. Their comments were right on and very heartfelt, and that's the advantage of having different points of view and coming from different places. I want to speak to two things. One, for Sergio in particular, we went over most of the bullet points in Councilman McCosker's letter. You didn't catch a couple things, though. Some of these are, and none of this is easy if you're living there, but if you have staff, it's relatively easy to trim trees. You can send someone out, and hopefully it doesn't have to be done every week and so on. Here's what I didn't hear you address. There are 3 points. These are kind of biggies to me. And in descending order of importance, the LAPD Harbor Division has to increase its regular patrol. Is that going to happen? Secondly, and I understand U.S. vets may be in transition and there may be a different provider coming in or not, but when it says they have to provide access to mental health services, that's a giant. That's not trimming a tree once every 6 months. What are you going to do about that? And also additional security. So I'd like those 3 points addressed, the police, security, and mental health. And then I'm still not satisfied on the accountability question, because I too understand when you want to get something approved, sky's the limit. When there's a problem, I can't get anybody on the phone. So I want to know from the president of the Wilmington Neighborhood Council, are you satisfied? And what kind of accountability mechanism do we need? Should it be a report back in 60 days? I mean, of course we would say to Ms. Martinez, you have the right to come back. We have a meeting every 2 weeks. I mean, I would give these folks 30 to 60 days to make these corrections. It's not going to happen overnight. But I think the only thing we can do is rely on your eyes and ears to come back. I don't know that it would be the Harbor Department's job to follow up, patrol, and so on, just because we don't have any control over it. It's other providers. But could someone address those 2 points, and then we might be ready to move on.
Yeah,
and let's start with staff. Okay.
Yeah, I can address the security and the mental health. First of all, we already do provide mental health services on our property. We refer to Wilmington Community Clinic. We also partner with Department of Mental Health to get our residents who are willing to get mental health treatment. We've contracted with the LA City Mobile Hospital, so they are on our property every 3 weeks, and they provide psychiatric care on site, as well as U.S. Vets licensed clinical staff that is available as well. So that is already being provided, and that has been provided in the past 2 years that I've been the site coordinator there. I will security, yes. We currently contract with Black Knight Patrol. Our contract with our funders was only for overnight security, but since these meetings and the concern of the community, we will be having 24/7 security. And during the day and most of the daytime hours, the security guard will be sitting out in front of the facility. So, because we also have a safety issue with people walking down the street and trying to access our facility when they don't live there, and it's creating a safety issue for the staff. So security will be outside. They'll be very visible. They will be able to monitor more of the sidewalk, and no one will be able to come in who doesn't live there. And they will be, like I say, very visible. So we're thinking that that will be a deterrent just to people wandering down the street.
Commissioner Lee?
Sorry about that. The only thing I would hope we could do is when you're having these meetings with your GMs and these other departments, we would like to have a seat at that table. We would like to be able to provide the feedback we hear from our community. And of course, we'll come back and, we'll let you know, if there's anything's changed, good, bad, or indifferent. But I think it's only right that we should have a seat at that table and be able to be part of those conversations.
Consider it done. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Lee?
Thank you. I can't imagine that these issues didn't come up prior, and I can't imagine a situation where you haven't made phone calls to try to address these issues in the past 3 years. And so I want to know what kind of assurance does the community have that now we're going to listen because the lease renewal is up. And then second, I want to know if there are other issues that you've been trying to have addressed that are not part of this letter from the 1-5 that you would like us to look into and address further from a U.S. Vets standpoint.
Well, the main issue that we have is the same concern as the residents. It's the tent encampments and the motorhomes that seem to be growing exponentially daily. And then also, in between where the motorhomes are camped, there's cars and there's people living in their cars. Many of those people have created a threat to us as well. I myself as staff have been harassed and attacked walking to my car to leave because of the people camping in the neighborhood. They don't belong to our facility. We would like them gone as well. Unfortunately, U.S. Vets has no control over that piece of it, but we're with the community. We would like them gone as well.
So what's been the response that you've received when you've asked for that to be addressed?
Actually, when I reach out to LAPD, they've been really great in doing sweeps of the area. I don't know all the legal ins and outs of what their job entails regarding that, but they have been helpful in getting a lot of those encampments removed. Unfortunately, they do come back very quickly. So if it were be more ongoing, regular sweeps, I think that would possibly help.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other items that should be addressed?
From the U.S. Vets point of view?
From a U.S. Vets perspective?
No, the city's been really good. Just so you know, the port actually tree trimming starts on Monday. They will be there this week. The new banner has been ordered. We had tried to order a banner, but because it's a official city logo, we did not have access to do that. So we're very grateful that that's being done. The landscaping has already been taken care of, and that actually was taken care of before it was even brought to our attention that it should have been taken care of. We already were proactive in getting that finished.
Thank you.
Another comment?
Yes, thank you so much for being so generous with me. I appreciate it. Couple things. When there's the street sweeping, are you going to have no parking signs, or are you just going to sweep around the cars? And then secondly, if this lease is renewed, can there be some sort of accountability measures where if it's not done once it's brought to attention and within a certain time that lease can be terminated?
We are working with the Bureau of Street Services to have what we call posted street sweeping. So they will have signs up, enforceable with citations.
Commissioner Munoz?
And towing.
Okay.
The fact that Bracaria, that you offered a seat at the table to the Wilmington Neighborhood Council makes me feel better. Honestly, I was, unless something was put in writing, I was actually leaning to voting no on this issue because it's very personal to me. But the fact that you've offered them a seat at the table, I think, is important. It makes me feel better about this. It still doesn't address the issue, and the sister just brought it up right now, about how do we incorporate something in writing that's enforceable, so that way there can be an action brought up by this board within a certain period of time and say, these things have not been done. I think in lieu of that, I think we're going to have to rely heavily on the Wilmington Neighborhood Council site visits if we want to go out there as well, speaking with you. But thank you for offering them a seat at the table. And so I'd like to. That's it.
Okay.
If I may, Commissioner Munoz, if I can say, I can speak for this council member. This council member, the neighborhood councils are very important. He sees those as representatives of the neighborhood who were elected by their community to be their voice. So the reason we had a response that we have here is because we received a letter from the neighborhood council. We have all, in this office at least, I can speak again for this council member, we welcome the voice of our neighborhood councils. We want to hear from them. We can we can do as good of a job as we can to be the eyes and ears, but neighborhood councils are truly those eyes and ears. So absolutely, we welcome them to be a part of this process. We are here today, all these departments are here today because the neighborhood council initiated that with their letter. And so it's not just because of this, we are responding to the neighborhood council. And so yes, we want them to be a part of this solution, this process with us. We want to celebrate at the end of the day that we can move forward and all be happy and be able to serve our community, serve our constituents, restore faith in us, as well as providing dignified housing for the unhoused.
And I'd just like to point out that with the strong leadership of Councilman McOster, also that is enhanced by the strong support we have of Mayor Bass.
Absolutely.
And if I may, you're asking for this to be in writing. In the lease agreement, it does have a provision where if the leaseholder receives a letter from the port, they have 30 days to address the issue. So we've been working expeditiously to address this, and anything that you would like in writing, I recommend putting it in the lease. Thank you.
Commissioner Middleton?
I think we're wrapping up. I was just going to make one final comment. I've met with Ms. Martinez before. I'm going to put this on you. Give it 60 days. You can contact our board secretary. I'm happy to make a site visit. We've had a lot of description from you. If 60 days, if it isn't better, call Amber. She will set up something. I'll come out there, and any other commissioner, of course. We can only do 2, but anybody else who wants to see what the issue is. And hopefully in 60 days, give it 60 days, and let's see what happens. And then we'll go and see for ourselves what it is, and I can bring a report back to the board. And with that, again, thank you. I also want to take a moment to thank our city representatives. I have not had a meeting in my 5 years where we've had 8 city representatives from different departments lined up. Thanks for coming out. It shows us that it matters to you, and I bet you did it because the councilman asked. So we're real glad you're here, though, and it shows your commitment. Now let's deliver for these good folks in Wilmington, and we'll move on to another issue. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner Munoz, just as an aside, you mentioned the proposed hazardous waste incinerator in Vernon and also the proposed prison that they wanted to build. Both were in my congressional district, and we were able to defeat that because of the community outcry and in the kind of participation that we're seeing here. So I also want to commend the community for being here and for their advocacy on behalf of their community. At this time, I would like to move that the Board of Harbor Commissioners support the staff's recommendation to adopt item number 9, the revocable permit 23-11 between the City of Los Angeles Harbor Department and the Los Angeles General Services with the following conditions. The General Service Department and City Administrative Office, along with the contracted vendor who operates the facility, U.S. Vets, must commit to abide by all terms of the permit. They must also agree to provide the Port of Los Angeles with a plan of corrective action and a timeline for each concern raised by the Washington Neighborhood Council no later than 30 days from the passage of this resolution. Collectively, GSD and the CAO shall provide a full written report to the Port of Los Angeles with the status update of these corrective actions no later than October 13th, 2023. GSD and CAO shall come before the Board of Harbor Commissioners on January 11th, 2024, and provide a final report on the status of the facility and completion of any outstanding community concerns. In addition to the commitments that have been made here at this board meeting by those agencies, it is my understanding that GSD and CAO and US Vets have also have agreed to the conditions outlined in my motion. I therefore, at this point, ask for a second.
Second, and let me say, you should have read that first. We could have ended the whole discussion. We could have said, President Roybal got it, we can move on. But that's an excellent motion. Happy to second it. Call the question?
Yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? None? Motion carries. Okay, we will now go back to regular order with the item H, presentations by AltaSea, Terry Tamminen, the CEO of AltaSea at the Port of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. I think we're going to see a very, very brief video first, and then I'll walk you through these few slides.
I'm Dorothy Valerie Cardenas. I am the Programs and Community Outreach Coordinator here at AltaSea at the Port of Los Angeles. AltaSea is an ocean-based research innovative center that focuses on finding solutions for climate change, food sustainability, and it's trying to do that through impacting the community. What we do is we use the information from our on-site partners that are researchers, innovators, and scientists to create curriculum, which we then go into classrooms to teach. We've developed a volunteer program, and within the last 6 months, we have over 100 people all within the community who are inspired and motivated and hopeful for the future.
In my high school, it comes from different minority groups, and although we're not the wealthiest, we deserve opportunities like this, so we well appreciate you guys coming to expand our mindsets on this type of information and opening career paths to maybe pursue these careers.
If they want to start businesses and build businesses, they can come here. We help startups build out, and we're an accelerator that helps businesses start up. We also partner with organizations in Watson and Wilmington who are also very invested in their community. This is a space that we try to inspire not just the students that enter the space, but the entire community.
Great, thank you. I know that we're probably running a little bit longer this morning than expected, so I'll try to make the presentation brief and open it up to questions. The purpose is, first of all, I'd like to explain that AltaSea, for those who may not know, is a nonprofit that was formed here in the Port of Los Angeles to help renovate City Dock Number 1, the facilities that are now over 100 years old, and turn them into a blue economy hub. And what is the blue economy? Well, it's, for us, it's aquaculture, both on land and at sea, to begin to sustainably develop our food, our fuel, our pharmaceuticals of the future. It's renewable energy from things like wave and tidal energy, as well as things like extracting carbon from seawater to mitigate climate change, and the byproduct of that is green hydrogen, which can be used in decarbonizing port activities and particularly replacing diesel engines or diesel fuel with cleaner hydrogen electric. We also work on blue technologies, which include things like underwater robotics, sensors to better understand our planet. And all of this around the backdrop of the research that we do on site with our university partners and our community college partners and the students that come there then is turned into opportunities for businesses and, most importantly, for jobs. And on that note, I would like to thank President Roybal Allard for introducing me recently to Congresswoman Torres, who is not from a coastal district, but who very much is interested in workforce development and bringing the federal government's resources to bear to help us with these kinds of programs. We are, as I mentioned, also a business hub, so we have quite a number of startup businesses, even those that are advanced in other places, that have already proven their technologies and that are now trying to break into the California economy for climate solutions and for creating these sustainable jobs of the future. We do it with Project Blue, which is our K-12 field trips and learning programs, which are really essential to help the next generation understand the ocean and the fact that our life depends on a healthy ocean, but that because 2/3 of the planet is covered by ocean, not by land, our future sustainability, as I mentioned, for things like food and sustainable fuel, are all going to come from that ocean. And while thousands of kids do come through our programs, in fact, we've had 10 field trips in the first 7 months of 2023, even as we're undergoing renovation. So as all of these kids come through and hopefully become better stewards of the planet in the future, we hope that some of them will continue on our career pathways programs and go into the workforce. And that's where we partner with our community colleges on certificate programs. The first one being in aquaculture, where a student coming out of high school can spend a year and a half or so at a community college and come out with a certificate that qualifies them for a well-paying job in a rapidly growing industry. We're working on 2 other programs with community colleges in underwater robotics and one in hydrogen in the maritime economy for decarbonizing goods movement and so forth. And progress by the numbers, I won't go through all of these. You have the presentation, and we can share this with anyone else in the public that would like to have it. But as you can see, we've raised quite a bit of money so far. We've started renovation on the 180,000 square feet of berths 58, 59, and 60. We have a brand new roof. We have 2 megawatts of solar that's already generating enough clean energy for 700 homes. We've awarded the major contract for renovations of all of our electrical, plumbing, new bathrooms, et cetera, to Swinnerton, a large contractor that's getting started, actually mobilizing in another week. So about 6 months from now, berths 58 and 60 will be fully renovated, and then we'll move out of our current occupancy in 59 so they can do that one, and that one will be done by this time next year. So of course we invite you all to come down and see the action. I also want to thank the port for their contributions to this, not only giving us the property at a very discounted rent as long as we meet our goals for community engagement, education, business development, workforce training, and so forth, but for the actual cash contributions. And I want to thank particularly Mike Galvin on the team here at POLA for helping us through that process. Mike, you're going to be getting my letter and my spreadsheet again updated so that now that Amendment 6 to our lease has been passed and formalized, that some of that funding pledged can actually go to Swinnerton and the other union contractors who are working on our site today to renovate the site. Let's see. Whoop, missed it right there. As I mentioned, we've already started renovation, so you can see an artist rendering on the bottom left of what the facilities will be looking like, including a big public engagement center. And there you can see former Governor Schwarzenegger and some of us up on the roof a couple of months ago dedicating that new solar. Here's what the interiors will look like. We're keeping 58 through 60 as a warehouse format so that researchers, whether they have tanks of water with kelp and various other kinds of seafood, or whether they're experimenting with removing carbon from seawater, they can work on site and on our docks and work with the companies that are going to commercialize this technology, like other incubators, like the LA Clean Tech Incubator. It's a space of innovation and education where we hope actually the companies will outgrow us and go on to commercial success and need more space. There's the long view of 58 through 60, and again, it'll be a working wharf where we have research vessels and barges that are doing some of that research work. Berth 57 is in our future. That's what we're currently working on raising capital for, and that will be remodeled into more of a typical university research type facility with climate-controlled classrooms and labs, so that, again, the research can happen there, some of the education, and then that spins out into the makerspace in 58 through 60. I want to also highlight that on September 14th, you are all invited to a emergency management planning session. The California Office of Emergency Services, FEMA, Coast Guard, Navy, the local authorities, and so forth will be conducting an exercise at AltaSea, imagining that the freeways have collapsed in an earthquake and that the only way to get supplies and people in and out of the area is through the port. And so they'll be scenario planning that, learning from that, also learning how to use AltaSea as a staging center and a communications center in the future, especially since we have our solar and we could keep operating 24/7 even if the grid was down. We already have quite a few community partners. It was interesting to sit this morning and hear the community engagement and how important that feedback is, and this is really ground zero of the community that we want to serve, especially given how the changes have occurred over time in port jobs and in fishing jobs. There's a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge and wisdom in those sectors that can now be applied to the new blue economy. So we're very proud of these partnerships that actually add up to much more than the sum of the parts. Here's our team, and I want to recognize in particular our founder and Executive Vice President, Jenny Crusoe, who's right here. There she is right there. And I'd love to give her a round of applause because most of you know that absolutely none of this would have happened without her years of dedication and stick-to-itiveness. And she kept telling me, kind of like Tom Sawyer in Painting the Fence, she kept telling me, hey, Terry, come on over and help me paint this fence. You're going to have so much fun. And she's been absolutely right. It's been absolutely a thrill. Our Board of Trustees, we're very proud of them, and we thank them. Many of them, of course, are our major donors as well, including Eric Johnson, who's developing West Harbor, as you know. As was previously mentioned, Geraldine Natz, who has a long history here at the port, many others. Of course, Tricia Ramos, Dean of Academic Affairs at Santa Monica College, that's helping us with these certificate programs. Everybody on that list there has a role to play. They're not just there to come to an occasional meeting and participate in a nonprofit board. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I think the message we wanted to deliver today was that your investment is starting to pay off, your patience, because certainly there have been hiccups along the way with COVID and other sorts of things, but it's happening. It's happening today, even though the renovation is going on. We're still there working. The University of Southern California has its kelp lab there, where it's already breaking through amazing scientific discoveries on not only what can be extracted from a sustainable kelp farming industry in California, but the ways that strains of kelp can be developed that can withstand the changing ocean, the warmer temperatures, the more acidic ocean that we have now created because of carbon pollution. So truly breakthrough discoveries are happening at AltaSea every day, even in those 100-year-old facilities. They've got a whole new life, and once we finish our renovation, there's no stopping us. I'd like to just end by, again, thanking everybody at the port for your collaboration, your help on everything from getting rid of contaminated dirt to our building permits and access and our events, and invite everybody to come to our events, sign up for our newsletter so that you're aware of when our next open house is. I think our next one is in November? November 18th. Regular open houses, but at any time, there's always someone there to give a tour, to let you know what's going on, and to show it to you firsthand. So we welcome you. And then, of course, October 14th is our Blue Hour fundraiser. We would love to see all of you there. It's a lot of fun, and with food trucks, with world-leading artists inspired by the ocean showing their work. We'll be honoring several very inspiring leading women in aquaculture and in blue robotics and so forth, so we invite you all to attend that as well. And Jenny and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Well, let me just say, Mr. Tamminen, that AltaSea is absolutely incredible. I can't tell you how impressed I was when I visited and spoke to a lot of the people that, young people, especially the students that were there, and what it meant to them. And it just opened up a whole new world to them and gave them a hope for their own future. If you could just refresh my memory, as to what that $1 million federal money that Congresswoman Nanette Barragan was able to obtain for AltaSea, what was that going towards?
That's going to be building 8 labs, water quality and water experimentation labs at AltaSea. And because, as you saw in the artist rendering, we're keeping the warehouses in a warehouse format, just modernizing the infrastructure, that when you want, whether it's an office or a lab or any other facility, it's basically a drop-in container or other kinds of modular equipment. And so this will give us the opportunity to create 8 modular labs for different kinds of research, especially for student groups that want to come in and experiment with different things in the blue economy.
Commissioner Middleton?
You know, we talk about what a big agenda we have and not taking a lot of time and so on. I want to slow down because this is an important issue, and I want to first of all thank you for a very succinct but great presentation. You covered lots of points, okay? And listening to you, my first comment and thought is it's almost like you are laying out a new vision for the Port of LA. And what that vision is a holistic approach. I think before we've thought in terms of, okay, we have goods movement over here, and then there's these little things happening. West Harbor, several hundred million, little project over here. AltaSea, little project over here. Workforce Training Center. But listening to you, I can see how they are all coming together and how we have to look at the port as a whole and how it is developing. When I hear you talk about AltaSea, I think that we're all aware that in government and business and everything today, the key concept is partnerships, working together, collaborations, not doing stuff alone. The partnerships you lay out are very, very important. And I think of other partnerships when I hear you. The first is the Workforce Training Center. Because we've said many times that it's like a campus, and 50% of it's going to be longshore, but 50% is going to be other things. Well, those other things are some of what you're doing. You are developing jobs. That's what the Workforce Training Center wants to do. We should be working together, not that it's all one big pot and we just stir the stew, but certainly there's synergies we should look at. Secondly, and I want to ask you more about this in a moment, zero emission. And finally, this whole concept, I mean, West Harbor, people are going to be coming down to the harbor, there'll be events at AltaSea, lots of opportunities for things to blend together. Now here's my 2 questions for you. I still like to print things and save them. And one of the great articles you put out in October 2022 was a white paper on the benefits of the sustainable green hydrogen market. I only have 2 questions for you, but I would like the first one to be, you know, I read the article, reviewed it before your presentation today. In terms of the green hydrogen market, you talk about the opportunities to decarbonize maritime transportation, clean renewable hydrogen for ships, and heavy-duty vehicles. Tell us a little more about that, because that sounds really exciting. And again, something that isn't what you're doing over there at Berth 58, but what's central to what we're trying to do as a port. Tell us about it.
Thank you so much. Well, as I mentioned, UCLA and 2 other research entities and 1 private company are all coming to AltaSea to experiment with removing carbon from seawater. As you all probably know, a lot of carbon has gone up into the atmosphere. That's causing global warming, but about 1/3 of that excess pollution has been absorbed by the ocean. So these researchers are finding ways to take that out in cost-effective ways that use less energy than direct air capture or other ways of taking that pollution out of the air. And one of the byproducts is hydrogen. So it's also a way to pay for that carbon removal by selling the hydrogen. Well, if you're doing that in a port or in an ocean area, the number one thing you could do with that green hydrogen is put it into the container handling equipment, which never leaves the port, which can't go to a fueling station, or in many cases can't be plug-in electric because the batteries don't last long enough for the duty cycles, or they're too heavy, or even, as DWP will tell you, I don't know if there's a DWP representative here at the moment, but they'll be the first to tell you that if all of that container handling equipment and the terminals were all electrified today, you don't have enough electrons getting into the port, that the infrastructure doesn't yet exist. So the idea is to try to find ways to electrify that equipment with hydrogen as well as with batteries. I'm not saying anything against batteries. That's definitely part of our future, whether it's long-haul trucks or whether it's container handling equipment. But we have to find other ways to decarbonize. And so we want to demonstrate that at AltaSea. We want to help the researchers come there and bring down the cost of producing that hydrogen. We'd like to use some of our solar from the rooftop to electrolyze seawater. We'd also like to experiment with the sewage water, treated sewage water from Terminal Island, to pull the hydrogen out of that, because it would shock you to know that the amount of water we dump into the Pacific Ocean every day just from the Los Angeles area sewage treatment plants, if you pulled the hydrogen out of that, you could power the entire United States transportation fleet. So we're throwing away a sustainable form of energy that we've, by the way, that water, we've used a lot of energy to bring it to Southern California. And now we're using more energy to dump it in the ocean. So we want to be that place of innovation and experimentation, whether it's through carbon extraction that generates green hydrogen, whether it's using these underutilized resources, and then demonstrate how it can be applied. I know the Phoenix terminal, for example, has one hydrogen-powered container handling piece of equipment that they've been demonstrating, and there's some other projects that are going on to demonstrate this. But knowing that the deadlines for clean air are coming up by 2030, we're going to have to accelerate that. And we think that a place of research and development such as AltaSea can be a place to accelerate that, bring in the various technology partners and researchers to accelerate that, get it faster, better, cheaper, and importantly, as I mentioned with the workforce training, our second workforce training certificate that's in development now, the curriculum, is for hydrogen in the maritime economy, because that's going to create a lot of jobs.
All right. Did you have? Okay.
My second question is, that is very aspirational and inspirational, but for a note of reality, going to the chart by the AltaSea progress by the numbers. I'm not going to take the time to add up all the numbers. Looks like you've invested $7 million, you've raised $28 million. I assume those are two separate numbers, so you have $35 million in it already. How much is it going to take? And will you be able to raise the money, and from where? Because this is wonderful, but give us a little shot about, is it really going to happen?
Absolutely. Look, I mean, AltaSea was just a dream 6 or 8 years ago when the nonprofit was created, when the Annenberg Foundation and others came together with Jenny's leadership, and now look at where we are. So I think success breeds on success. I think when it's still imaginary or in the future, it's much harder to get all the money, all the resources you need. But now this is a train that's left the station. And we're getting calls every day from partners who want to be at AltaSea. They will pay rent. I mean, that is one way that we sustain ourselves so that at least our operations can continue. Everybody there pays some kind of rent. They also participate in our K-12 programs and our workforce programs and our open houses to share all that with the public. But we're now attracting donors and a lot of interest. I don't want to name names until people give us grants or make announcements, but major donors that I think will help us achieve that goal. And of course, we always continue to look to the port to perhaps provide some matching funding or other sources. We're looking to the state. The state of California has been generous with about $15 million of that 35 that you mentioned. And of course, the federal government, as you mentioned, Madam President, $1 million from the federal government so far, and we hope more will come.
Tell me this, what is your annual budget and how much do you want to raise? Didn't hear a number.
So our annual budget is a little over $3 million operating budget, and we raise that from a lot of different sources, grants and board members that are generous, and of course our annual fundraiser and so forth. And then our overall capital campaign is $200 million, of which we've already collected and spent, as you've noted, $35 million, and we have other dollars that are committed.
Okay. We also have some comments, some speakers, and I would like to begin with Yolanda Regalado.
Thank you, Madam President and Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come out and talk. My name is Yolanda Regalado. I am president of the San Pedro Historic Downtown Business District. I'm also an executive director on the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce, and I'm also a business owner of Sirens Java and Tea, and I'm also a retired deputy sheriff for LA County. The reason I came down here and wanted to speak on behalf of AltaSea, be honest with you, I had no idea what AltaSea was when they first started. No idea. And I started looking into, because my father was a commercial fisherman, he always taught me to respect the ocean, and because I live here and I respect the port, I thought, I'm gonna look into AltaSea. And as they started to grow and I started to learn a lot more, my interest became, wow, this is something great. But it didn't hit me until I hired a couple of students that worked for me, and one of my students asked me, do you think that maybe I can intern at AltaSea? They asked if I could do it, and I'd love to do it. Can I get the time off? And I said, yeah, why not? So I gave her the time off, and every week she would come in and she'd talk about AltaSea, what she learned, how excited she was. And I realized that AltaSea planted a seed within her mind that there is something more than what she was thinking outside of the box. And so after her internship, she came up to me and she said, I'm going to UC, Santa Barbara? And I said, really? And she said, yeah, I'm gonna take up environment. And she said, there is something that happened at AltaSea that made me want to take care of the world, take care of our environment. And I said, so if AltaSea wasn't there and you didn't have that, she says, I wouldn't have had an opportunity. I live locally. I could ride my bike down there and go to my internship. So after I finished talking to her and I started looking into every aspect of AltaSea, I realized that it does benefit the community. It does benefit the businesses that are down here. And by that, when I say community, these are the kids that live here that maybe not might have the opportunities that most kids have. And they're able to get a first-hand knowledge of what's going on in the environment. And I respect that. So as far as AltaSea is concerned, and my recommendation to the board is that as a business person, as a resident of San Pedro, and as the president down here, I really respect them, and I really think they're going to do a really good job for our community. Because not is it only talk, they're actually doing it. And I'm seeing it firsthand. They may not see it because I haven't told them, but I see it when I walk into my shop. So I want to thank AltaSea, thank you, and I want to thank the board for letting me come up and give you my little spiel.
Thank
you.
Thanks, Yolanda. Ann Carpenter?
So good morning, Madam President, Commissioners. So I'm CEO of Braid Theory, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Braid Theory, but I'm also a San Pedro Chamber board member. I've been a small business commissioner for the County of Los Angeles for many years, and I'm an appointed Chief Innovation Officer for the 1-5, and previously also through through Councilman Joe Buscaino. So our company, we were tenant number one at AltaSea. We moved our repurposed shipping container into an empty warehouse in July of 2017. At that point, we always focused on supporting engineering and science-led startups to bring their technologies out of the lab and into the market. And AltaSea was our vision on how we were going to have a physical resource available to us. But AltaSea and our partnership with AltaSea is so much more than the physical resource. So when we would start bringing startups way back when, they would just see the empty warehouses and imagine the possibilities. But fast forward, we have now part of a thriving ecosystem that is actually not only with that goal of collaboration and connecting the dots between business, education, and universities, et cetera, but it's baked into the model. So by design, we participate in grants with USC. We host interns. We participate in the community outreach events and quarterly open houses. This strengthens us as an organization. It strengthens the startups we work with. It shares information. It brings our future interns. It builds the future workforce. And it's this really thriving ecosystem that is way beyond what I think was even imagined so long ago. So now we are getting startups from all over the world that want to participate in our accelerator programs and our venture studios. We are just kicking off a new venture studio program focused specifically on zero emission shipping and how we can actually bring industry partners with our startups to have pilot projects here in the community. And a lot of that is attributable to the access we have for the companies we work with, the space, the industry and the academic partners, and the future employees. But what I'd like to also leave is, points I'd like to end with, is we can't stop here. We are not, our community is not the only one that is building clusters like AltaSea around the world. When AltaSea was imagined a decade plus ago, it was the sustainable blue economy was just such a new concept. Now, as we are all facing these major global challenges around food security, water security, energy, climate change, the rest of the world is also coming together, looking for building out solutions like this, which is great from the collaboration and the global collaboration side, but I also want to speak to that we need to stay from an economic point of view. We need to keep pushing what's moving forward with AltaSea and all of us partners to move forward to stay global leaders, not only with the current shipping and the port environment that we have now, but to really be a player in the sustainable blue economy globally. And moving forward, I think it's even more important of the kind of collaborations that you mentioned, Commissioner Middleton, about how these flow together with the port of the future as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bruce Heyman.
While Bruce is coming up, I'll just give a shout out to Braid Theory's Ignite 22, which if you haven't been to it in the past, it's one of the most amazing showcases of up-and-coming technology and entrepreneurs that you can have anywhere in the world. So be sure to come to it next year.
Good morning. Yep, okay. Madam President and commissioners and staff and members of the public, I'm honored to come before you and say a few words today. I'm the Executive Director for Los Angeles Maritime Institute, often known as LAMI, a couple of tall ships built at the foot of 6th Street and serve about 7,000 kids, mostly middle school, high school, and upper elementary. I also have the pleasure of serving this year as the board chair for the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce, and I'm going to be speaking on behalf of both of those organizations today. Our history with LAMI and the AltaSea, or formerly City Dock 1, and Jenny Caruso go way back to the beginning. At this point, we've probably served tens of thousands of students together in all sorts of programs. I even remember some knee biters or ankle, what do you call them? little kids coming by, and about all we could do was red light and green light games, but really been able to inspire a lot of kids together. And you know, from why is that important? Well, at the Chamber and at LAMI, we want jobs, right? At LAMI, we work with middle school students, high school students, trying to ignite some passion, get them to feel good about themselves, see all the different types of things going on in the Port of Los Angeles, because that's where we sail. It doesn't do us any good if we get them excited about some sort of career and then they go somewhere else. We want them to stay here, right? These guys are creating jobs. They're creating the edge. They're helping us with the fact that the world of work is changing, and we want to be on that edge. And so certainly San Pedro doesn't want to just be a bedroom community. We want to have jobs here. We want to have people live here. We don't have to have people traveling up and down the 110. They can actually live here and work here, and these are the jobs that are being created for the future. So let's see. I wanted to mention that a very important element for the Chamber, since about a third of our members, a fourth to a third of our members are nonprofits, is that we bring money into the community, that we don't just spend time trying to fight over the same money. AltaSea has been an incredible partner in that area, bringing both federal money in to help the nonprofits and state money. Thank you for LA 50, for the Senator Padilla community investment money. So it's been a great partnership, and I know a lot of other nonprofits in our community that have benefited from it. I wanted to toe in a little bit with what Ann Carpenter mentioned, and I remember the first Ignite 22, which I thought meant that we'd be done by the year 2022, but it wasn't. Those things are incredible. You have to go to them. You have to go to the open houses at AltaSea, I beg you. You will see so many excited people sharing the passion of the new technology and the new methods and the new science that's coming along. And I guarantee you it's infectious. I'm very proud at LAMI, our fleet of tall ships are all Tier 3 engines now. Everything, generators, engines, it's exciting. But Ann Carpenter is bringing some new technology that we're going to be piloting on our boats that we hope will improve even the efficiency that we get out of our batteries, and hence reduce the amount of time that we have to run our Tier 3 generators. So I think it all really builds, and I just want to thank you for having the passion to continue to support these people, and for these people, because I know it's been a lot of work for this team to pull this off. So thank you very much.
I now would like to call up Chris Cannon, Director of Environmental Management, for a presentation on technology demonstration projects.
Good morning, Commissioners. I was over there. I wasn't ready when you caught me off guard, so I had to jump up and rush over. So good morning, Chris Cannon, Environmental Management Division. We're going to talk today about technology demonstrations. But before I start, Commissioner Munoz, you had a question last meeting about the pre-2010 trucks. So I thought I'd answer your question now and then quickly go to our presentation. So you were interested in the trucks that are operating at the port that are pre-2010. That's in 2007 to 2009. How many of them are there? How long are they going to operate? How do we keep track of them? Those sorts of things. Did I get that right? Okay, so there are 400, as of the end of June, there were 422 of those trucks that are operating. They are mostly operating because of a extension that the Air Resources Board gave them. They had to apply by the end of September of last year for an extension to go past the January 1 deadline for getting rid of all those trucks. And the way they would get the extensions, they had to show that they had a purchase order to buy a new 2010 compliant truck, but that it wasn't going to arrive in time for to meet the January 1 deadline. So once they demonstrated that they were ordering a new truck, they were allowed to get this extension from the Air Resources Board, and then they could drive their truck until the new one comes. So no real end to the extension other than just they have to have ordered a new truck and it has to be on its way, and some of them are taking a while to arrive. So the other thing, and I'll get to the enforcement part in a moment, but the other thing is there are a small number of trucks. I don't have the number. It's within that 422, but most of them are the extension, but a very small number have a waiver. And the waiver is because they are operated in a very low number of miles. I believe it's less than 200 miles a year. So they're considered low-mile trucks, and they're allowed to operate. That's a waiver on the January 1, the 2010 compliant requirement. That's going to go away, so they aren't going to last much longer. But they do have that waiver, and it's because of the limited number of miles. Now, enforcement. The system is tracked by the Air Resources Board. They have their drayage truck system. They have a drayage truck system that communicates with ours. Actually, when we designed our drayage truck registry, we used the same web designer as the one that CARB uses, so that they actually have the same DNA, so they can talk to each other. Right now, the CARB system is offline because they're preparing for the Advanced Clean Fleet rule, but up until recently, they used to literally, they electronically connected. We get a daily receive a daily report from CARB on what the status of the drayage truck registry is, including extensions and waivers. So anybody who has the extension from the Air Resources Board, as soon as the Air Resources Board removes the extension, it's immediately communicated to us, and then that goes into the red light, green light system that we have in our system, in our terminals. So it's literally updated day by day, and so that's how the system works. Did that get to your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. Any other follow-up, anything you'd like to know on that, just let us know. We have a lot of people who track this daily.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so talking about technology advancement, so we really do, our technology advancement program, or efforts, I should say, are really, there's 3 different buckets that they fall into. We have a TAP, a technology advancement program, that is something that is evolved from our Clean Air Action Plan. We have grant projects, some of which you've heard about. And then we have other projects that are done by other entities, regulatory agencies or ports or whatever, that we support. So they all are projects we consider to be part of our technology development efforts. We try to share data, coordinate with other entities in the region, especially the AQMD and the Port of Long Beach. And so that's kind of what we do, and we're doing quite a bit of projects, and I'm just going to go over them in general today. But any particular project you want to know about, just let me know, and we can get to that. Our goals. So really, the whole purpose of what we're doing is to reduce impacts in the environment and to facilitate steps to meet the goals of our Clean Air Action Plan. Our technology advancement program really grew out of the CAP, and so we now have a 2030 goal for cargo handling equipment. We've got a 2035 goal for trucks, and so Gene talks about this all the time. The technology is still early; it's nascent in its evolution, and so some of the technology is further along than others, but all of it is still early. And so, a big part of what we're trying to do is just advance technology, get trucks, get cargo handling equipment, get even ship technologies, tugs, everything. Just move it along and get it to the point where it is advanced. There is, you guys all have heard of the Toyota Prius. There were about 20 prototypes of the Toyota Prius before it actually was deployed. And so they did test after test after test after test. Some of those tests went better than others. But the point is, it took that many prototypes, that many iterations to be able to get that thing to the point where it works. And when they finally deployed it, was what, 20 years or whatever it was ago, it worked. It worked great. It's still around now. And so it's a great it's a great product, but it just shows the process you have to go through to get things to the point where they're able to be successful. The manufacturers tell us that the Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach is the real crucible for testing. If equipment can work here, it can work anywhere. Given the very heavy work requirements, the double shifts, the heavy containers that have to be lifted, and all the work that's done by all the talented people on the docks. If it can be done there, it can be done anywhere. And so that's why they're really excited. Gene always talks about we embrace the idea of being a test bed. And then we want to accelerate commercial availability as stuff gets deployed, it gets put into the market. And that actually helps to lead to secondary and tertiary markets for this equipment. So you get the early stuff deployed and it's used, and then it becomes reusable by others and the price drops. And so that allows for more people to be able to get in and start to use zero emissions equipment. So, and obviously we want to deploy technology that leads to emissions reductions. Vice President Middleton, you made a point a few weeks ago that I wanted to pick up on. We talked about one of our projects, and we said there were emissions reductions from the projects. And you said, you know, you have to be careful when you say that. And I wanted to say that we really thought that was a very important point. Sometimes when we do demonstration projects, it's a straight replacement. That's what a DERA grant is from EPA. So there really is an emissions benefit, and it's easy to calculate. You just see what you removed. Some of them, however, are prototypes. And so you're going to get a little bit of a benefit during the test, but really it's potential benefits. And so we have to be clear about what it is that we see is going to happen. So that's a point that you made. I wanted to get back to that, because I think that's something we want to clarify going forward in our applications. So I'm going to talk quickly. We have, I know we're running late this morning, but I'll just go over some of the things that we've done. There is a theme running through this. A lot of the tests that we've done over the years, starting in the early CAP programs and in recent years with bigger grants, AQMD and the Port of Long Beach are consistent partners. And we work closely with them. We've had a great working relationship with AQMD over the years. Matt Miyasato is always on speed dial. We used to call him all the time. Anytime we had a test project we wanted to do, we could call him over at AQMD, and he said, let's do it. He's now gone on, but there's a new gentleman, Aaron Katzenstein, and he's also a great partner and somebody who we enjoy working with. And so I often will be mentioning these are AQMD projects that we're joining with AQMD, and it's because we have a really good testing relationship with them. I'll start out with the hybrid rubber tire gantry crane. I'm going to go quickly over these, but this one's interesting. That's the one in the picture. It is a hybrid. The cranes usually have about a 400 to 500 horsepower engine, and we tested something called an Echo crane. That was a particular version of it several years ago, and it has not a battery, but something called a supercapacitor, which functions similar to a battery. And it allows the engine on the crane to be about 125 horsepower versus 400 to 500 horsepower. So the emissions reductions are dramatic. And we tested them for the very first time several years ago, more than a decade ago. And I'll talk about the success, but that's one we did. We've done low NOx trucks. We've actually done a variety of different types of trucks. We've gone, and I'll talk about them on another slide, but we started out with dual fuel LNG trucks. And then we moved on to pure LNG that were spark ignited, compression ignited. We've done a variety of them, and what's interesting is they've all been evolutions, and I'll talk about that evolution with trucks in a minute. Zero emission trucks goes back a few years. We started out with something called Balcon. Balcon was an early zero emission truck. I think it's the first zero emission heavy duty truck that was ever tested anywhere in the United States, that was, as far as we know. The guy who did it, Balwinder Samra, he had a history of designing golf carts. So based on that, he took that and sized it up and made it into a drayage truck. As you might imagine, that's probably not the best way to do it, but it worked in the beginning. The problem is the range didn't work. If you went over both of the two bridges, it ran out of juice and had to be towed home. So it was, but it was good for certain. As I said, some things, just because they don't work in a port environment, they could potentially work in other types of environments. And so the technology maybe wasn't the best for the port, but it was a beginning. And it was an opportunity to test something and move the science along, and so we enjoyed it. We did another one called Vision Motors. That was one of the early fuel cell trucks, and we tested those. By the way, Belcon was with AQMD. Vision Motors is another one. A lot of you may remember someone who's an early video DJ, Downtown Julie Brown. I don't know if you remember that name. Her husband was the head of Vision Motor Company, and he was somebody that brought this to us, and so we tested those trucks. Again, early fuel cell trucks. US Hybrid is another company that we've worked with, a local company around here. We worked with them on a lot of this stuff. I can keep going down the list, but we've tested everybody who came to us with a truck, we came and tested it. We've worked at cargo handling equipment. We were one of the earlier people that tested BYD. That's a company out of China. BYD stands for Build Your Dreams. They're actually a battery company, but they started to get into trucks and also cargo handling equipment. TransPower is a story about TransPower. Is a guy, when I was doing truck stuff, a guy came to my office and here in the port, Mike Simon, he's the head of a company called TransPower, and he said, Chris, I got something that's going to change what you guys do here. It's an electric drayage truck. And I said, great, where is it? He said, it's down in San Diego. I said, well, can you bring it up? He said, well, I can't quite get it that far yet. So I said, okay, well, come back to me when you can drive it up from San Diego, and then we can talk. And so it took him 2 years, but he came back and he said, Chris, it's outside. So we went out, we took a look at it, and so those TransPower trucks were used, or his technology was used in both drayage trucks and cargo handling equipment. You may have heard me talk about them with the Pacia project. They didn't always work. But once again, it was a chance to advance technology, and that his company is now purchased by a larger company and has been used in some of the more original OEM situations. Natural gas locomotive, we did. I won't get into the details with PHL. We did a test, and we're still working on ZE switcher locomotives, which are added to a consist. They're electric, and they can't operate by themselves, but you put them in the consist, and they're able to reduce the use of one of the diesel ones. Capture and control vessel emission technologies. We call them SOC on a stack, but basically it's a system that puts a hood over a ship's stack, and so when it's at berth, they can't plug in, but they can use this. We've tested most of them. One of the very first technology advancement program projects, or in the 2008 timeframe, was to test one of these. It was by a company called Amex. But we've done just about all of them at one time or another. We've had some involvement in testing, and as I said, they actually have been successful. We did a ship efficiency retrofit. That was actually really interesting. We modified the bulbous bow of a ship, changed the height of the bridge, changed the material on the propeller, all trying to get it to move more efficiently through the water. We worked with Maersk on that. It was actually a really interesting project, and it was able to gain some real interesting benefits for Maersk. We've done ship scrubbers, fuel emulsions. I won't get into all the details, trying to get at NOx. Hybrid tugboat is the one that's there. It's FOSS. We were very excited about that one. That was we did 2 of those. It was hybrid tugs. They ran for a while. We were very excited about them until one of them caught on fire, or as the manufacturers like to say, had a thermal event. But it worked for a number of years, and you're going to hear me come to you in the next few months with a cost share for another tug. This one's going to be an all battery one. So the idea is these things continue to evolve and help, and this was FOSS, which is a legit, a very good company who's designed this. So. All of our projects are on our website, including more than just the Technology Advancement Program. When you read these reports, they actually have more and talk about some of the more recent projects that go beyond just the TAP, their recent grant projects. This is just kind of a point I wanted to make. Our TAP has really evolved, and you kind of heard it in what I've said. We started out working with CAP programs for just the 2 ports, and it was really focused on the CAP, and it was really immediately focused on stuff that's happening at our terminals. There were smaller companies, mom and pop type, operations, or just smaller businesses. But as time went on, we began to use our grants to support other grants and for larger projects. And you heard us talk about the PACER project. That was one of the first big ones we did. But since then, we've done a lot of big ones, and we work with original equipment manufacturers. And the reason we liked working with the big companies is because they have an R&D budget. And so they're able to really invest and move forward on their own and with our support on these projects. Also, with grants, you need to be able to advance the money and work on what's happening, and then the grant pays you back. So when you have smaller companies, some of them don't have the money to advance. And so we've had trouble when we were working with the original smaller companies because they had to get the money and mortgage their house in some cases just to be able to finish a test, and then with the hope that they would get money back. And so with the bigger companies, it's working. And of course, that results in us sharing data. It's a collaborative effort with around the country and really around the world. Some of the big ports and so forth we're working with and sharing data. And finally, you've heard us talk about green shipping corridors. We want to do a technology advancement for green shipping corridors. We want to be able to fund projects that demonstrate benefits all the way across the ocean. And so that would not just be us, it would be all the people involved in the corridor would really come together and put together a fund for technology development. That's something that we want to do. So this is just an example. In the interest of time, I won't spend a lot of, go through it, but this just goes to show you how we've been working on trucks forever. Going back, those dual fuels there where you said the first ones, that's 2006, 2007 timeframe. We did the dual fuels. There was a problem with the dual fuels. And you talk about tests that work and tests that don't. Well, this one kind of didn't work. It worked for a while. You had a small amount of diesel fuel that helped to ignite the LNG fuel. So it was a spark ignited. But they used a regular diesel engine block. And then they just put LNG in it with the diesel. The problem is LNG burns hot. And so that engine block, if you ran it for a long distance, that engine block got really hot and they cracked. So those early dual fuel trucks didn't work unless you used them for local shorter runs where the truck didn't get as hot. If you did that, it was fine. Then the early LNGs were fine. They were compression ignited, but they were underpowered, only 350 horsepower, which for a drayage truck is a little low. So that meant for problems as well, but again, they advanced the evolution of that particular discussion. I won't get into all the different EVs. We did a CNG. CNGs work good too, but then you got to have a lot of space for the tanks, and so that wasn't as good. And I talked about all the different EVs and hybrids and so forth. I won't go back again, but those are different ones we worked on. We worked on the original low NOx LNG and also low NOx diesel trucks, and that was with AQMD. And then we've now, in recent years, really switched our attention to battery electric vehicles. And a lot of those early tests, including those Balcon tests, have really helped provide data and knowledge to the equipment manufacturers as they've built them. And of course, the ranges are getting better. And as you get OEMs, you get them. And you've heard us talk about the shore-to-store project, the hydrogen fuel cell with Toyota. That was very successful. Here are the ones that are really, you know, some people want to know, well, gee, have you had success? We've heard about things that didn't work so good. Which ones work? Well, that original hybrid rubber tire gantry crane that was called an Echo crane, the original version, that was one particular one, but now they have different manufacturers. They're so good that it's getting to the point now that when the terminals buy new rubber tire gantry cranes, that's what they buy. They don't buy regular diesels anymore. They buy the hybrids because it's just a better product. It has much better fuel use, a lot lower maintenance costs. Everybody really likes them. And so that's been a wonderful success, and it was something that we really were kind of leaders on in testing, and now dramatic emission reductions from those and really very helpful. The capture and control system, the sock on a stack, different ones were able to get certification from CARB, and CARB was so happy about those that they assumed that they would be around as part of their at-birth regulation rulemaking process. They built into their rulemaking an aspect that assumed that these things would be there, and that's, again, based on the work that we've done here and them watching what we've done. The ZE trucks, the battery electric trucks, are getting more and more range. We're starting to see them now. The big equipment manufacturers are selling them now. And that's something that we, I think, can contribute or have contributed to and take a little credit for. The shortest store hydrogen fuel cell trucks, you've heard us talk about them with Toyota and Kenworth and others. Toyota has announced that those trucks that we tested are now available for purchase, commercially available. You can't get them. It's another year. As I said, sometimes it takes a while for these trucks to be delivered, but you can buy them now. And that's something that Toyota is particularly happy and proud to work with us. And they've already called us and said, we'd like to do short of store too, because we want to do more. And so they already want to work with us and looking forward to it. And then the battery electric top handlers, the one that was Taylor top handler, it was great. The first version actually worked fantastic. I did tell you a story about how one of them, they were lifting and about to load onto a rail car, and it just stopped. And so there it was with a container sitting above a rail car, but it didn't work. And so they had to tow it away and get the container off. So that aspect of it didn't work, and it was because the battery management system, there was a little failure in the battery management system, and so now Taylor has fixed that. Taylor tells us they're going to have commercially available too, and they thanked us and Port of Long Beach because this is where they did the primary testing for that. So it's been very successful. These are some of the current projects you heard talk about. The hydrogen fuel cell top handlers. They're both purpose-built and retrofits. We've heard a lot of good news reviews about that. AQMD is working with us on an exhaust gas recirculation retrofit for ships. We're doing a charging demonstration to support a zero-emission locomotive with PHL. We're working with AQMD on something called JetSea, where we're deploying 100 ZE trucks. And then there's an advanced infrastructure demonstration project over at West Basin Container Terminal. That is interesting because it allows a yard tractor to be charged the way they charge your phone these days with inductive charging. And so that's something that's being tested as well. These are just projects, again, going quickly. You've heard about the Green Omni Terminal. I won't go that. Advanced CHE demonstration is the one where the top handlers were done. The AID project is the one I just talked about with inductive charging. Big grant projects that are going to result in hopefully lots of money and a lot of trucks and equipment deployed. You can see there under PIDP there's a large number of zero emissions equipment that's going to be deployed, and so we're looking forward to that as well. This is a repeat of those, but upcoming with DERA, Diesel Emission Reduction Act, that's the ones where it's a one-to-one replacement I referred to. The Clean Ports Program, which is a portion of IRA, that is going to be about $3 billion worth of money that could really be used for all of our different types of equipment. And so we're looking forward to that. And then the California Energy Commission has got something that they do with innovative charging solutions. And so it's about $20 million that's also coming up. So finally, green shipping corridors. This is my last slide. I mentioned we're going to be doing some technology advancement work with there. So we have an implementation plan that's going to be announced in September and really moving forward. It's a very exciting project, and it'll involve a lot of testing and development of new technology. So with that, I'll stop. If you have any questions, happy to take them. I realize we're in a short schedule today because of time, but happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Commissioner Munoz.
Thank you. The one question I had about the whoops, that's not what I want to do, sorry. The arches, the clean hydrogen hubs, initially, is that going to be, is it going to be green hydrogen that's going to be produced, or is
We've
there
been
a sort of a
insisting that it's
transition
green
process?
hydrogen. Yeah, we insist that it needs to be. I think it'll start out, they've said, and Mike is here, I think they've said the beginning it will be, they're going to transition to green within the first year or two. What's the story?
The focus is really carbon.
Yeah, Mike's a better person. He's been handling this for us.
Commissioner Munoz, the focus is really carbon intensity because that's what the requirement is in the DOE application process. There are different issues. There's a patchwork of regulation throughout the state, like locally in Southern California, especially in the city of Los Angeles, that there's a push for the city of Los Angeles end users like the DWP to be using green electrolytic hydrogen. That doesn't necessarily apply to other end users, potentially like our terminals. We can't really regulate what kind of hydrogen they're buying on the open market. But the focus in the ARCHES application from the state level is that it's a negative carbon intensity net. And so that's really what their focus is, and getting away from the rainbow sorting system of what hydrogen is, because it's a little more complicated to determine what shade different feedstocks are. So that generally the focus is to get down to a negative carbon intensity statewide as far as production is concerned.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Commissioner Middleton.
Thank you, Chris. As always, a great presentation. I want to start with the big picture. If we were to go through these pages and add everything up, probably, again, I don't want to hold you to a number, probably under 500 pieces of equipment throughout the port, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
20 here, 10 there, 100 there, whatever. Okay. When I look at the big picture, to me is the 2030 goal for zero-emission cargo handling and the 2035 goal for drayage trucks. Now, when I look at a big goal like that, I try to break it down. Okay, 2030, it's actually 6 years away.
It's right around the corner, yes.
Right out there. And to me, I don't want to wait till 2029 and say, wow, we're not going to be able to hit it. So what are your intermediate goals? And when we talk about, and as many of these slides do, commercialization, I take it what commercialization means, but tell me if I'm wrong, is mass production.
Yeah.
Not demonstration, but mass production. What are your goals? Let's take the cargo handling. How are you going to reach that goal for 2030? What are the breakdown points?
Well, it's a great question, and unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you right now, and I'll tell you why. First of all, the terminals all are taking it very seriously. They don't see it as a goal; they see it as a requirement, and so each of them has been.
Couldn't hear you. They don't see it as what?
A goal. They see it as a requirement, and so when we talk to them, they're talking about, we got to meet this. We got to meet this. How are we going to do it? The problem is each of them is still testing. I think every single terminal right now is testing. They're all trying to figure out: do I want battery? Do I want hydrogen? Do I want some combination? What kind of equipment do I want to get? What kind of infrastructure do I need? What kind of operational implications does it have when I pick one versus the other, or as I say, it's both? So they don't have a specific detail. Now, some of our terminals do, and you can guess which ones those are, who know where they're going to be, but most of them are still working on making decisions. And they got to make a decision like now, as you said, it's 6 years from now. And so they feel this urgency. And if you talk to them, they're very, very anxious to make some decisions and do it within, if not this year, certainly within the next year. Now, helping along with that, we've got a team internally that we've put together to build terminal development plans and help work with the terminals to identify their infrastructure needs and their ability to transition to zero emissions. We've got a team internally that's going to work, or that's already been put together, that's going to work on that. We can report back to you as soon as we get more information, but frankly, I don't have the detailed plans right now because they're still trying to figure out how they're going to get there and what technology they're going to use.
Let's break that down. Let's assume that the first question is, even though many might say we're the smartest people around, let's assume we're not. Let's assume that partnership, collaboration, working with others is the way to go. And it would seem that we could talk about the West Coast, because we know there's lots of container ports, 11 of them on the West Coast. We could talk about national, and we could talk about global. At one point, Gene had said he was going to call for a conference of original equipment manufacturers, and that never happened. What could you address the question of partnerships? And let's start with our neighbors. Do we have any projects that are ongoing with the Port of Long Beach around development of equipment?
Everything. Just about everything we do is in partnership with Long Beach. We work closely with the environmental team over there, and all the demonstrations that we do, we share data. And all the demonstrations they do, they share data. And sometimes we say, well, how about if we do this one and you do that one? And so that we can kind of combine our efforts. So we work very closely with Long Beach. We coordinate with Oakland. We talk to San Diego. And so we're coordinating with them on the work that they're doing to try and make sure from a statewide basis we're sharing data and trying to understand and learn from each other. We coordinate with the Northwest Seaport Alliance. We have conversations with them. That's the folks up in the Seattle-Tacoma area and the Port of Seattle. We're developing a good working relationship with them. And same thing, just trying to share data, share information. Everybody's in the same boat as far as trying to figure out what are we going to do.
Do we have a formal structure, or is it all informal, pick up the phone? Do we have standing committees? Do we check in with each other on a regular basis?
With Long Beach, the Technology Advancement Program that I said, there's a TAP advisory committee, and it meets regularly. And that's with Long Beach and us, AQMD, Air Resources Board, others who are part of that, and they meet, if not monthly, every couple months to talk about all the development projects that we're doing, how we're doing, what we're learning, and what we can do to advance the technology further. And that advantage of having those agencies be a part of that is that they can bring together all the other work that they're doing with grants and with other people around the state. So there is, through that TAP advisory committee, we actually have probably one of the best examples of the collaboration that you've talked about and coordination really from what's going on around the state.
Okay. The slide, and again, I don't know if you need to refer to the slides, but when you say projects over the years, I always have to start with an apology because of my lack of science background. When you talk about hybrid rubber tire gantry cranes, hybrid meaning what? Diesel and something else? And if so, what's the something else?
It's a supercapacitor.
You said that, but what does that mean? Batteries, hydrogen? What's a supercapacitor?
It's like a battery. It's not really a battery actually, but it's a piece of equipment or a piece of technology that can store energy, and it doesn't do it quite in the same way. A battery actually can store energy for a long period. A supercapacitor does it for a shorter period, but it accomplishes the same objective. When they're lifting, and especially when the lifts are coming down, it generates energy and it stores it in the supercapacitor. And between that and all the movements and everything else, there is all this energy that's created and stored in the supercapacitors, and that allows it to be used in the operation of the equipment. As I said, you got something that's only 125 horsepower engine versus a 500 horsepower engine.
And
so
I
it's
noticed
a lot slower.
that. But my question still was, what powers the supercapacitor? In other words, what makes it go? Does it go on diesel or electricity?
It's electricity.
It is electricity?
Yes.
Okay. And when we talk electricity, we're still talking about generating power and where the electricity is coming from, and that we don't have enough electricity, correct?
It doesn't plug in. It generates its own power. By virtue of all of its movements and all of it does, it actually generates its own power. That's what's so great about it and why everybody loves them. That's why they buy them now, because it actually generates its own power. Obviously, the diesel engine helps to generate some of that power as well, but that's part of what this does. That's why it's such a great piece of technology. That diesel engine actually really serves, a lot of it, it serves to help generate energy. That's part of what it does. And so it essentially creates energy that's also used by the supercapacitor. And so
when we say hybrid, it's a combination of diesel and the capacitor.
Yeah. It's a diesel electric unit. The supercapacitor is, instead of a battery, it's a supercapacitor. It's just a technology. But it effectively operates the same as if it was a battery and a very small diesel engine.
And my understanding is that with cargo handling equipment, the port doesn't buy it. The terminals buy their own equipment, right?
They do, yes.
Okay. If you have the numbers of our 7 main terminals, how many of them are now, and what's the percentage? Again, not 423 or whatever, but what percentage is now hybrid rubber-tired gantry cranes?
You guys got any guess? Yeah, we'll have to get back to you. It's
Roughly
actually,
10%, 80%?
I don't want to say a number and have you then be wrong. I'll just say this, that I know that the new purchases are almost all the hybrids.
Okay.
But as far as which ones are, how many are out there now, I better not try to guess. I'd rather just come back and give you a number.
Okay, moving along your slides. Capture and control vessel emission technology. Is it more than what we saw at Omni? Are there other companies doing it?
No, there's one that's certified, and there's 2 more that are close to certification.
Which one's certified?
That's the Clean Air Engineering.
Okay, and just because we
And
have
that's just for container ships.
so much correspondence about it,
Yes, we
would
do.
that be the company that is owned by former Commissioner Tonsich?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and has there indeed, because we know, of course, I mean, I always ask staff, because we know lots of people send letters about lots of things, is Mr. Tonsich indeed barred from doing business with the port? And if so, how are we getting our capture and control equipment from his company? Or is it that we're not getting the equipment?
I don't know about whether or not he's barred. I know that the business that he does is with shipping lines and terminals, so he doesn't do any business with the port itself.
Okay, so we're not paying this company directly.
No.
So
not
if
that I'm
there
aware
was
of.
any bar,
Not
it's
that I'm
not
aware
our
of.
dime.
No, not that I'm
Okay.
aware of.
You were talking about, so we did talk about these things that are done by the ports. Notable success stories. When you talk about capture and control vessel emission technologies, my understanding is that with reference to AMP, the alternate maritime power, I think the reports you gave us are that 95% of vessels plug in. Is that correct?
No, it's not that high.
It's not that high?
Close to 80. As far as plugging in, our plug-in rate's close to 80.
Okay. We've also had letters about ZIM. And I asked you some questions, and you provided some answers saying they don't call that often and so on. If we have a ship that comes in and says they are not going to plug in, do we have any? I mean, obviously, the community is very concerned about the emissions that occur when that happens. Do we have any right to say you can't dock at our berths if you aren't going to plug in?
I don't think so. I don't know that we have the ability to turn away ships. I don't think legally we're able to do that, but we can. What we do is we work closely with all the terminals. Most of the terminals have requirements in their lease that they have to meet certain plug-in rates, and we monitor that annually, and I think we provide a report. I think you may have seen some of those reports we send to you to let you know what the status is for plug-in rates for those terminals.
Did we respond to the letter with reference to ZIM?
ZIM is currently in discussions with CARB. They've been given a violation of the CARB rule, and there's a settlement that's underway. We did not comment. We did not communicate with ZIM. That's CARB.
Okay, because as I recall, the community member, well, actually, it was Andrea Herico. It was one of the university people. Their communication was with the agency in terms of were they going to be fined, investigated, whatever. That's really not our concern. They were copying us to let us know what was happening.
Well, we're always concerned when people are not plugging into shore power. So to say that it's not our concern is a little strong, but it certainly is not. The issue at hand there was compliance with the CARB rule, and the CARB rule requires all the ships to plug in now going forward. And so that is what was happening with ZIMS. There was a violation and a settlement process that's been negotiated, that's underway with, or negotiated or whatever with the Air Resources Board. We've monitored it. We keep track of what's happening.
Okay. Last question.
Just to point out as well, ZIM is no longer calling at Port of LA or Long Beach. They pulled out of the market.
And that's what Chris explained, that they were an infrequent caller.
They did for a while. There was a period of time where they made several calls, and during that year, they didn't plug in at a high percentage. And based on that, they received a violation from the Air Resources Board. And then there was even a second year where we're not sure, but there may have been some dialogue with CARB on a second year. And by the time they got to the third year, they just don't come here much anymore. They did plug in one time in April. I don't think we've seen them since.
Okay, last question. Just because it's such an enormous project, ARCHES, $300 million, and it also deals with hydrogen fuel cell. Tell us a little more about what is the ARCHES proposal and where is it now? At what stage is it? What's it going to do?
Why don't I let Mike? Mike Galvin is really been our point person
guy.
on this, and so I'll let him do the talking. He knows more than I do. Go ahead, Mike.
So the project, just to start off with, is a $600 million total project between the Port of LA and Long Beach. It's a partnership, and it's $300 million in match, though, for both ports. So $150 million of match would come from the Port of LA, theoretically, and we would get $150 million from combination of Department of Energy and state funding. And that's to go to 2 deployments of cargo handling equipment, which includes a lot of the equipment Chris talked about, yard tractors, the rubber tire gantry cranes, the top loaders, and then a mobile fueling solution. So the idea is that the first deployment would be for those 4 pieces of equipment. Each terminal would get one of those pieces of equipment, and then they would utilize that, and then the next round would be a significant higher number of pieces of equipment going to participating terminals. On the Port of LA side, all 6 of our container terminals and PASHA all provided support for the application. So theoretically, they would be open to taking equipment in the first deployment of the application. On the Port of Long Beach side, SSA, which runs 3 terminals, was the major supporter of them from the container terminals. So the process right now is just went through the interview process last week, and so our understanding is that 10 out of an initial, I think, 20 to 35 applications were invited for an interview. And those interviews all took place in person in Washington, D.C. From what we understand, the interviews went generally well, and we're in the process of answering follow-up questions from the interviews right now. And then there's supposed to be a decision made, I believe, October, November of this year.
A decision about what?
A decision about funding from the DOE. So the DOE has a total of $8 billion that they're going to deploy through that. So a decision on how much money is going to be deployed to how many potential hydrogen hubs. Our piece is just one piece of the ARCHES application. The ARCHES application includes, I believe, a total of $5 billion. So $1.25 billion coming from hub funding from the DOE, and then an additional $3.75 billion in a variety of other projects that are either privately funded or state funded. So that's the total altogether that they're planning on putting forward to leverage the Department of Energy funds.
Okay. I don't know what other information you will be providing us. My original impression, understanding how expensive technology is and that we have to do it and move forward, but when you talk about $600 million total, if it's only a $300 million match only, and if our share is only $150 million, when you start, I'm still thinking I'm $600 million total. When you start telling us about 10 pieces of equipment, it's kind of like, again, forgive me for sounding like I'm shopping in a grocery store. What do we get for our $600 million?
So the
it's
first
kind of what I look at. How many pieces of equipment? Because it's, I understand that 10 was only the beginning. But tell me a little more, because
Okay.
$600 million is a big number.
Yeah, the first deployment is actually 4 pieces of equipment for 10 terminals. So that's 40 pieces of equipment, and I believe it's about $100 million that is expected to be funded through that first deployment. Our proposal was that of that $100 million, 90% of that was funded by government, so that it de-risks the issue for our container terminal tenants. And that $10 million of that would come through match. And so the expectation is that 40 pieces of equipment will be bought. And there's variables between those pieces of equipment and how much they cost between the yard tractors and a mobile fueling solution that isn't even on the street yet. So that's why they're expensive, though, at this point, because they're not fully commercialized. But it's 40 pieces of equipment, not 10. But it's a lot of money.
And even if the government was paying it, I still look at it in question of value, and 40 million, 100 pieces of equipment, it's 25 you give me the numbers. It's $2.5 million per piece of equipment.
No, it's 40 pieces of equipment for $100 million in the initial deployment.
Okay.
I think I got it.
So the cost per piece of equipment?
2.5.
Yeah.
It's
That's what I said. Right.
It's
But
very,
prototypes are expensive.
Okay.
And we're not talking about 40 pieces of equipment. We're talking about the equipment that's going to come downstream because of the innovation and the discoveries that are made and the testing that's done with this equipment.
Okay.
It's actually an estimate too, because to what Commissioner Williams just said, it's $100 million. We don't know what the price is going to be right now, because in 2 years when that money is deployed, we have about 18 months after the decision has been made to actually do design, engineering, and continual discussion about what's going to happen next. And by that time, because of the equipment that's out there right now, we have the Phoenix Marine top loader. We also have 4 pieces of equipment that are going to YUSEN in the next year, which includes a mobile fueling solution. By the time we get to 18 months from November of 2023, the price will have come down. And so this is our conceptual proposal is less geared towards how much each piece of equipment is going to cost. We know that we had to plug in a number, but we don't know what that cost is going to be in 2 years from now, because the equipment cost will come down as more and more equipment goes out there. The expectation, though, is that it's going to be $100 million in the first deployment, which is you're still in the testing phase of deployment. And the second stage of deployment is $500 million. So you're going to be putting hundreds of pieces of equipment on the street at that point. The expectation is going to be. On top of that, our match is going to come from likely the participation in the Clean Truck Fund that we're going through already. And so there's going to be funding that's going to come from there, from some of the funding that we're going to be putting out there to the trucking community to buy different types of ZE technology, Class 8 trucks, which some portion of that's going to be hydrogen. So that's going to take part of that as well. And like I said, this is just one piece of the project. The larger picture is that we are trying to deal with the consumer confidence issue within our container terminal environment. As Chris mentioned before, they don't know which direction they're going to go because there's not enough equipment out there for them to test out. And they need to get as much different type of technology equipment out on the terminals and out on the street to be able to test out these different pathways so that we can figure out which one is going to be a viable pathway. And a lot of this money is test money up front, and we will see how it works out. But early returns on the hydrogen equipment and the hydrogen trucks that we have out there are very, very favorable in that they operate very comparable to the diesel equipment that's out there today. So we see good promise in it, but we do have to spend a lot of money in it up front, and that's why we're trying to get that money from the federal and state government as much as possible. There's a whole nother piece of ARCHES that includes production and distribution that is part of the application that we don't have full visibility on, but that's another piece of it because we also have a consumer confidence issue related to production and distribution and delivery of hydrogen. Hydrogen right now is trading between $14 and almost $30 a kilogram. We're never going to have a hydrogen market develop at that price. So we really need to get as much money into the production side as well. And that's going to come from state regulation and incentives and other things that they can do to benefit the producers so that we can get a robust hydrogen market that will drive this economic incentive forward and really create comparability with diesel. If we can get comparability on the equipment and it works the same, we're going to get the operators and the users, the LW, to embrace it. If we can get comparability on the sourcing side, then the whole thing works together very well. But there's a lot that has to be done there to get to that point, and we're in early days, but 2030 is around the corner, so we have a lot of work to do.
Got it.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris, for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I do have some numbers. 16 of the hybrid RTGs are working today. 16 out of 100.
Okay, we are now going to move on to, well, item I, there's no level 1 coastal development permit, so we will go on to item J, the board reports of the executive order. Madam Secretary, would you please read consent items 1 through 6 for the record?
Yes, item 1 is a resolution for the approval of an addendum to the chassis depot and repair facilities at berth 206-209, final initial study negative declaration, Los Angeles Harbor Department application for permit number 221021, 2019-178, State Clearinghouse number 2019-049-132. Item 2 is a resolution for the award of contract number 39995 to Beacon Cells Acquisition, Inc., DBA Beacon Building Projects for purchase of roofing materials. Item 3 is a resolution for the award of contract number 4002 with LA Roofing Materials for the purchase of roofing materials and sealants and related products. Item 4 is the approval of First Amendment to Agreement number 21-9826 with Sierra Cybernetics, Inc. for on-call information technology services. Item 5 is a resolution to appoint regular and alternate members to the Intermodal Container Transfer Facility Joint Powers Authority Governing Board, and our last consent item, number 6, is a resolution appointing Commissioner Eiley Williams as the alternate member to the Governing Board of the Alameda Corridor Transportation Authority. Items 1 through 6 are before you.
Before we have a motion,
Go ahead.
I just had one comment, and that is I did not want anything held out, but I would like to request of staff in the future, I didn't want to hold out any of these. With reference to items 2, 3, and 4, our mayor has indicated that she's very interested in terms of equity and contracting. Could there be a comment included of whatever category, whether it's WB, MBE, SBE, so we know where we're at in terms of any of these contracts and what we're doing as far as diversity in contracting. And on some of them, like item 1, could we have timetables with completion? Just because there's a question of how do we follow up if we don't have any timetables on when things are going to be done. So with those comments on the consent calendar, I would make a motion to approve items 1 through 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Do you want to
Opposed?
roll?
No roll.
Okay.
Would you like a roll, Madam
Any
President?
opposed?
A roll call is not necessary, but we can have one if you'd like.
Are you asking for a roll?
No, oh, no,
Oh,
not at all.
no,
Just-
we don't need to.
Yeah, we don't need a roll.
No.
Okay, so
Items 1 through 6 are approved.
are approved.
Thank you.
Yes. Item 7.
Moving on to item 7 for the record. Item 7 was pulled from today's agenda. Next, item 8. Item 8 is a resolution of First Amendment to Cooperative Agreement number 07-5257 between the City of Los Angeles Harbor Department and the State of California Department of Transportation to manage the construction of the State Route 47 SR 47 Vincent Thomas Bridge and Front Street Harbor Boulevard Interchange Reconfiguration Project. And here to discuss at the podium, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam President and Commissioners. My name is Sarah Ziz. I'm with the Ports Engineering Division, and I'm the project manager for the State Route 47 Vincent Thomas Bridge Front Street Harbor Boulevard Interchange Reconfiguration Project. With me, I have Lonnie Walsh, who will be presenting a little more detail on the item today, but I'd like to provide just a brief project scope and benefits overview for your information. So here's an aerial site plan which shows the project location with respect to the port complex. This location map shows the proposed improvements in blue for the entire project. As you can see, we do have improvements happening on the Caltrans highway system as well as the local roadways, Front Street and Harbor Boulevard. This project proposes to improve operational and traffic safety deficiencies within the interchange. I'd like to highlight the major construction elements which are shown here on this rendering. We'll be replacing the existing southbound SR 47 off-ramp. It's currently located south of the Vincent Thomas Bridge with a new off-ramp located north of the bridge as shown in green. This will help eliminate sight distance and weaving issues as you're coming off of the existing location, as well as separate truck and vehicular traffic to allow a direct entrance into the West Basin Container Terminal. We'll also be realigning the existing northbound I-110 on-ramp, shown in orange, and modifying the existing northbound SR 47 on-ramp onto the Vincent Thomas Bridge, shown in yellow. This will allow us to increase the merge distance to allow for safer merging onto the main line. We'll also be realigning Knoll Drive to accommodate the new on and off ramp system shown here in blue. And then not shown, we also have the proposed improvements to Front Street, which will include curb and gutter, storm drain improvements, street lighting, traffic signal updates, bike lanes, ADA compliant curb ramps, and crosswalks. This project is in conjunction with Caltrans as well as several City of Los Angeles departments and has approximately $73 million in total project grant funds from the regional all the way to the federal level, with approximately $69 million allotted for construction grant funds. This project was advertised last month, and construction is scheduled to begin in February of next year with a total construction duration of 3 years. The port has conducted extensive public outreach throughout the planning, environmental, and design phases of the project, and we intend to continue that outreach prior to and during construction as well. Some of the outreach has included our neighborhood councils of San Pedro and Wilmington, Council District 15, the City of LA's City Council Transportation Committee, as well as our local businesses, residents, and community members. Now I'll pass it over to my colleague Lonnie to discuss the agenda item a little further.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lonnie Walsh from Construction Division. The item before you is requesting approval of the First Amendment to Cooperative Agreement Number 07-5257, which is between the Harbor Department and Caltrans during the construction of the SR 47 project. The original agreement was approved July of last year, and it defines the roles and responsibilities of each agency during the construction phase of the project. The First Amendment will replace the funding summary table to reflect the latest grant amounts and the overall project construction total cost. The First Amendment also will remove language related to the California State Bill 848 since it's no longer applicable. It will also remove the language related to the State Transportation Improvements Program and add language related to the federal funding guidelines. This concludes our presentation, and Sarah and I are happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
Commissioner Middleton?
Thank you very much. Questions on the numbers. Under project grants and schedules, and I'm going to round it off, it says the construction grant funding is $68 million and the cost is $92 million, a differential of $24 million. Where does the $24 million come from?
So that is covered by Harbor port funds.
And that's my question. On page 4 of 6, when you have the funding summary number 2, is any of the funding coming from POLA? Because I see the local port. Is that Port of LA?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the $27 million.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a motion on item 8?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 9, again, was already taken and voted upon. Item 10 is a resolution for the approval of Fourth Amendment to Pacific Harbor Line Operating Agreement. And here to discuss is Carrie Cartwright.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kerry Cartwright, Director of Goods Movement Division. I'm going to provide some prefacing remarks, a little overview on PHL's operations to give you a little bit of background for this particular item. So this just is a map showing the port area rail system, including the Port of Long Beach rail system, and how everything connects to our terminals, as well as the Alameda corridor, which is the rail route for which trains come into out of the ports. All trains come into out of the ports. And then on the right-hand side, you see PHL's facility where they're based, and the BERTH rail yard, which of course all this is owned by the port. And that was constructed in approximately 2013, 2014 timeframe. And I'll talk more about what they do with that facility. PHL is a short line railroad classified by the STB, Surface Transportation Board. And they've been in operation at the ports for quite a few years, since 1998 approximately. And what they do is basically they move trains within the terminals to and from staging and loading yards, and also interchanging with the railroads. And the UP and the BNSF contract with PHL to do these handoff of rail cars at all the terminals. And they do this in both terminals, and for container terminals and non-container terminals. PHL is also contracted by our container terminals and some of the non-container terminals to do switching within those terminals themselves. So the port doesn't pay for any of these operations and maintenance and repair. The railroads pay entirely for these facilities, and the terminals pay for the operations within their confines. However, the two ports and the two railroads ultimately approve the PHL budget on an annual basis for maintenance and operations. And the next bullets just describe exactly, a little more detail, what PHL does. On the UP side, for the container trains, they will move cuts of cars from the Dolores Yard, that's the UP-owned rail yard, just west of their ICTF facility. They move these cuts to and from all the terminals in both ports. And then also they interchange with the BNSF in a similar manner of trains throughout the complex. PHL also moves rail cars in and out of non-container terminals, and they also move some rail cars for non-port facilities that use the BERTH 200 rail yard. Train dispatching is also part of one of their key functions. What that is train traffic control, essentially, similar to air traffic control at an airport. So they will coordinate with the UP and BNSF through their computer system to manage the handoff of trains from those on the Alameda corridor and then coming into and out of the ports. And as part of that function, they also will operate the Badger Bridge lift bridge to manage vessel movements in the Cerritos Channel, a federal channel, under the auspices of the Coast Guard, and also the rail traffic across that bridge. The Port of LA owns the Badger Bridge, but it's also serving Port of Long Beach trains. And again, that dispatching is done at the Badger Bridge itself with PHL staff located there. So that concludes the basic overview of their operations. And essentially the request is to approve an extension of the current operating agreement by 1 year to allow more time for both ports to complete the process, ultimately for selecting the next rail operator through an RFP. And that concludes my formal presentation. Obviously, we'll answer any questions you have.
Okay. It appears there are no questions or comments, so I will ask for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Our next items, 11 through 13, will be presented together by Deputy Executive Director Marla Blevins and voted on independently for consideration. Item 11 is a resolution for the approval of First Amendment to Agreement Number 22-9854 with NITI Systems Consultant, Inc. for systems integrating and supporting services for the Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP, Cloud Mitigation Project. Item 12 is a resolution for the approval of First Amendment to Agreement Number 22-9855 with CHERRYROAD Technologies for the as-needed information technology staff augmentation services for the ERP, the Enterprise Resource Planning Mitigation Project. And item 13 is a resolution for First Amendment to Service Agreement Number 21-9843 between BYRD Professional Resources LLP, DBA BYRD Group, and the City of Los Angeles Harbor Department for staffing as-needed business systems analyst services. And here to discuss is Marla.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. So I'm here to present items 11, 12, and 13 together, as they are amendments to 3 contracts that will support the implementation of the upgrade of our financial and purchasing system. You might be wondering why I'm here today to present an IT item. This is a multidisciplinary effort across the department. It's a joint effort between IT and finance, and I'm joined today by our Chief Information Technology Officer, Sheba Verghese. She will help to keep me honest and make sure that I don't go off into making up things. So with that, let's get started. Okay. The Enterprise Resource Planning System, or ERP for short, is the Harbor Department's financial and purchasing management system. It's an Oracle product that we procured back in 2012. ERP, along with other systems that it links to, is how we go about paying our bills, collect revenue, produce audited financial statements and other financial reporting, and how we go about purchasing goods. It's used daily by about 1/3 of our entire department, so that's anywhere between 250 and 300 people in the department every day. And we are in the midst of a major upgrade to our system to the cloud. I'll talk about what that means a little bit later on. We have approximately 40 POLA staff and consultants working on this upgrade of our system, so it's a major, major effort. We have a core team who's present here today in the audience, if you can wave, from IT, contracts and purchasing, accounting, and our special position, if you will, led by Jen Listado, who's kind of our end user advocate. But I also want to highlight Wah Wen also for her efforts on the technical side. For these POLA staff members, they have day jobs already, so this is an additional special assignment that they've been working on. And so part of why we're using consultants is to help augment carrying out this work. The consultants who are working side by side with POLA staff on this upgrade are provided by 3 companies whose contracts we're seeking to amend today. The first one is NITI Systems Consultants, and their primary subcontractor is KPMG, one of the big 4 accounting firms, and they're helping us to figure out how to implement the system from both a technical from both a technical point of view and also a process point of view as well. This is a once-in-a-generation initiative, and we actually, the last time we did this, we don't have anyone left on staff who worked on this the last time, so this is quite a big effort for us. The second contract is with the BYRD Group, which is providing augmentation of finance staff, or what we call business systems analysts. And the last contract is with CHERRYROAD, and they're providing staff augmentation for our IT division. We are seeking an increase in contract authority because we have increased the scope of the project, which requires an extension of the project timeline by 12 months. As a result of the contract amendments, the overall budget for the project will increase substantially from $27 million to $40 million for a total increase of $13 million. As for a bit of project background, we were notified by Oracle back in 2019 that our system here on site had reached its end of life. And so at that point, we had an important decision to make, whether we wanted to upgrade the existing system that's known as on-premises, which means that all of the equipment, the software, the servers, that everything that supports the system is here on site, or if we wanted to upgrade to the cloud. The cloud, for I don't know how many years, has been kind of the emerging technology in IT processes and systems. So what that means is that all of the software and the hardware and the servers that support the system are held off-site. The advantage to moving things up to the cloud is that it's less maintenance for our team here on site, and it provides greater security advantages as well. So with that, we decided to move the system to the cloud, and rather than upgrading the existing on-premises system. We also took advantage of the opportunity to not just upgrade the technology, but to really take a look at our underlying business practices that the system was helping to carry out. So we wanted to have processes that were more efficient, more in line with industry best practices, and that's been a huge part of what's been the effort that we're undertaking right now. And so once we got started, we officially kicked off the project last summer in August of 22. And about several months into it, we realized that this was going to take more time than we thought it would, because the system would have to tie into more systems than we had initially anticipated. And we also wanted to take more time to test the system out. In terms of the scope and desired outcomes of this effort, we are hoping to have a system that is more efficient, that involves less manual entry by employees. This involves, for example, documents being able to be scanned and through optical resolution being able to pick up that information as opposed to eliminating a great deal of data entry. We want to be able to consolidate various systems into the ERP, leading to greater efficiencies and transparency. We are also hoping to have stronger integrations with systems that are not being consolidated, so there's less data entry. And we really are striving to be truly paperless through the creation of what we call workflow processes, where things can be approved with a simple click of a button as opposed to just manipulating PDF documents. Also, we're striving to have a system that is more user-friendly and with a more intuitive interface, reducing the number of clicks in order to access certain information, better reporting capabilities that are more useful, modern, and incorporating the use of dashboards, and the ability to address prior audit findings that we've had. Those are some of the functional, if you will, enhancements that we want to make. More so on the technical side, just upgrading to the cloud, which I kind of described earlier, and also upgrades to functional capabilities will occur through our key financial processes, such as putting together our fixed assets and our financial reporting, our collections, and our procurement. So there are 4 main reasons why we're asking for, why we're pursuing a scope increase and a project timeline, which is thereby increasing the cost of the project. One, the original plan had anticipated 3 major rounds of testing, and once we got started, we decided that we could really benefit from an additional round of testing, so that's more time, more resources. We also thought that we were going to have about 20 or so integrations with other systems, and once we got started, we discovered that there were other systems that we wanted to connect the ERP system to, so that increased by 23. So for a total of 41 integrations. Also, the City of LA as a whole is undertaking a new payroll system at the same time. And so that project has been delayed, and this system will need to connect to the city's new payroll system. So to the extent that we're trying to figure out, are we connecting to the old system? If their effort falls behind, are we going to be connecting to the old system or to the new one? So that creates some complications as well, but we are in touch with our partners downtown on making this effort work out. And then lastly, we wanted to reduce the risk of future problems by allowing more time for technical adjustments to the process. Okay. I won't spend too much time here. This is just a Gantt chart that shows the 5 phases of the implementation. We are currently in the midst of the 2nd and 3rd phases. And the original timeline to go live with this was to be July 1st of this year, and we're extending it by an additional 12 months. So this project will take 24 months instead of the initial 12 months that we had planned. Okay. This next slide shows the budget increase and where the money is going. $13 million at the very last line, you can see the increase there in the middle column. That's a 48% increase. 70% of the cost increase is being driven by the implementation consultant contract for NITI. And given that the length of time that we're taking for this project is doubling, the cost for that particular segment of the project is doubling as well. Okay. The next slide just shows detail on how the NITI contract will be spent, or the additional $9 million for that segment of it will be spent. 20% is for roughly additional testing of the system, and 13% is for the increased number of systems integrations that we'll be undertaking. Other areas where resources will be spent is for focusing on design of the system. Okay. So what happens, you might ask, if we don't move forward with the staff recommendation? One of 2 things will happen. One, we could, in theory, remain on our current on-premises system that has reached its end of life. Oracle has stopped regular support of the system. We are having to pay for what's called an advance support, and that additional support is at a premium. However, while this option is technically cheaper than what we're doing going forward, it is more risky. It's riskier. It's the equivalent, I would make the comparison of continuing to use your iPhone 3 when Apple is on 14. You're just not going to get the advantages of what the latest technology has to offer. And also, the system is over 10 years old, and just in general, it's time to upgrade. Secondly, we could go live with limited functionalities, but we would miss out on opportunities to enhance our underlying business practices. In terms of lessons learned, I think the first and foremost one is that the 12 months was a way too aggressive schedule to start. Most of these implementations take anywhere from 18 to 24 months, but we were really trying to align with the start of our fiscal year. So we're giving ourselves more time. We've also had challenges in staffing the project. The IT industry in general has a high turnover rate for employees. Add on to that, we started this in the middle of COVID, and the tight labor market that was induced because of COVID, and the city's separation incentive program led to a lot of employees retiring a little sooner than they would have, and we had some challenges in staffing up for this project. We think we've surpassed those, and we have a steady team on board that's carrying out this project. Also, the business transformation efforts required greater engagement from our subject matter experts than we anticipated. Getting end users up to speed and engaged was challenging. This represents a big change for a lot of our staff here at the Harbor Department, and so the change management aspect of this project has taken more time than we anticipated as well. And lastly, the project governance structure for this effort is complex. As I mentioned before, we have about 40 people, both in-house and consultants, working on this, 3 consulting firms, and a number of divisions across the port. We have multiple approval and or review processes before even bringing this item to you. We have an internal, some of our internal committees that vet this include our project development committee, which is where we review capital projects on a monthly basis. We also brought this to our audit committee a couple of months ago for an initial look. And then the project itself has a steering committee specifically for this project, which consists of myself and several other of our team members here at the port. And while we do have highly capable project management with this project, we still had challenges in optimizing communication and decision-making across all of these stakeholders that I just mentioned. And lastly, in terms of next steps, we will continue to monitor the project schedule for risk. Chief among those risks are what I spent some time talking about, the implementation of the city's new payroll system and making that connection. Also, we will continue to do extended testing of the different work streams, such as billing, purchasing, reporting, and payments and inventory management. And we will continue to build the system with input from our stakeholders. And then this is just a recap of the 3 contracts that we're asking for increased budget authority for. The contract with NITI for a new not to exceed amount of $22 million. A contract with BYRD for not to exceed amount of $6 million, and a contract amendment with CHERRYROAD for a not to exceed amount of $2.8 million. So with that, I'm available, and so is Sheba, and these wonderful, hardworking people back here are able to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Commissioner Williams? No? Commissioner
Yes.
Munoz?
Thank you. So you mentioned that security will be increased by moving to the cloud as opposed to having it in-house. Right now, who provides the cybersecurity? Is it our in-house?
Well, we do. Sheba.
Yes, it is the internal cybersecurity team in the IT division that provides security services for the existing on-premise ERP, along with the rest of the applications that are used in this department.
Okay, but we feel that moving to a cloud-based system is more secure than providing security in-house?
In general, so our cybersecurity operations is ISO International Standards Organization certified, so well certified and well established. However, going on cloud, well, Oracle has similar certification, not just only in one ISO area that we have 27001, they have that too, but also in addition on several layers in several areas. So Oracle's system being an enterprise system, which hosts solutions like this for not only us, many other clients, several government and public and private sector communities, their system is better equipped and focused more on the services that they are delivering, such as database and ERP system. That's their core area. So the security is focused and honed in more for securing those kind of applications as opposed to ours, which is more diverse for every type of applications we use.
Has Oracle had any breaches recently?
None that we're aware of recently.
Okay, Commissioner Williams?
And would you say that it's fair to say that moving to the cloud will offer more redundancies and better backup than what we have currently internally?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah.
So go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
It will also make upgrades less labor intensive also.
Right. So yeah, I've worked with systems like this before in my days with IBM and Siebel Systems and AVT and a few others. So what I'm hearing is, when we started consulting and going into the systems that are available, we found additional silos of information that are going to require additional integrations, and that always comes with API cost associated to it. So the visibility, the redundancies, the security, the backups, the better UI, and the API integrations are part of the cost increases. And then being able to, the major cost would be the best-in-class consulting for the implementation of all of this, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner, I apologize for calling on Commissioner Williams. I thought you're finished with your questioning, so I now would turn it over to you.
Thank you. Will this lead to any loss of IT jobs in-house?
It will not. So the team that is currently supporting the existing enterprise ERP system will continue to provide oversight. So we'll have consultant Oracle, which is the solution. So they'll provide managed services, but the IT team will provide oversight.
Okay.
And just overall, we're looking to make things less, to free up people's time from mundane tasks so that they can focus on things that are a bit more analytical and so that we can produce reports that are more useful in a way that's easier, as opposed to having to take the information from the system and manipulate it in Excel. There'll still be some of that, but we're hoping that we'll be able to have reports that come straight from the system that are more illustrative and more useful as we move into more business intelligence and data analytics here at the Harbor Department.
Reports that are actionable.
Yes, yes.
And the cloud solution, may I add, a cloud solution provides better accessibility in terms of being able to access through a web browser, as well as able to deploy it on a mobile device.
Okay. And a couple more questions on the CHERRYROAD contract. So that's a staffing agency that provides IT services. Do we know if the sort of the pay, the benefits of that staffing agency are comparable to full-time employed staff? Staffing agencies, obviously, they offer a financial benefit to the people who use them, but the reason being they tend to pay less, offer less benefits. They also tend to have barriers to transitioning to full-time employment. If for example, if the Harbor Department were a private employer and we really liked a temp, we would have to pay a certain amount of money to the agency to be able to bring them on board. And I don't know the particular contract or what their terms are for their the people that they employ. So do we know anything about could you tell us anything about the contract with CHERRYROAD and how we use them and how often we've used them?
I do think the pay is fairly comparable, but in terms of benefits, I don't know that anybody offers what the city of LA offers in terms of pensions and that sort of thing. It's not likely that they have pensions. And as far as I know, while you can correct me, there's no prohibition against us essentially poaching employees from the Cherry Road. Is there? I mean, we have hired staff as full-time employees from our consultants before without having to pay a penalty. But but this contract specifically, I don't think there's a provision. Like if someone from Cherry Road wanted to work for the city, we wouldn't have to pay a penalty or pay a fee to Cherry Road, would we? No, we don't have any.
Okay, are you have another question?
But if it's related to this.
It's related to that. So is the Cherry Road employment, is that a net add? That's not necessarily a replacement of existing port staff?
It's not a replacement of existing port staff. So that contract is only for the duration of the project. So providing staff augmentation as the staff that are currently involved with the project from the port side are, as Marla mentioned, they are wearing multiple hats. They are operational staff providing support to the existing system, keeping it up and running while we are implementing the new one, along with the other systems. So the project manager and many of the subject matter experts, they are involved with other aspects of the operation. So in order to support that team to focus more on the project administration part, subject matter expertise, those are the value that these resources provide, and their term is only for the term of the project, unless we determine later on if they want to join the POLA staff. Definitely they have that option.
Mr. Munoz, you yielded, and it's your turn.
The last question I have, and I'm sure we all have it, is about the increase, right? I think you mentioned 48%.
Yes.
And I'm glad you did provide a slide on lessons learned. And so, yeah, I think like initially looking at that, it was like that's
it's eye-popping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so going forward, I mean, hopefully this isn't something we have to do very often, but I'm sure at some point we will, or some other aspect of our work here at the Harbor Department is, we're going to have to engage in similar processes. So how do we incorporate the lessons learned here to make sure that we anticipate this going forward, so we're not sort of doubling the cost of a project?
Yeah, I think going forward, if I can use a really simple analogy, this has been kind of like remodeling your house. It's always going to take longer and cost more, and there's going to be more work involved than what you thought it was going to be at the beginning. And because this is kind of a once-in-a-generational opportunity, unfortunately, from the last one, we didn't have very much in the way of lessons learned. There were a couple of things that we were able to pick up and apply here. For example, just really focusing on change management and training and really end-user advocacy, if you will. So going forward, for the next time, we hope to document these lessons learned better than maybe what was done before, but just really being realistic about time and adding more time into the schedule, and just maybe seeing around corners a little better with respect to how the system is going to tie in with other systems, and being maybe more realistic or forward thinking, and that's not a dig or anything, about where our business processes are and how they might need to change, and the amount of time that needs to go into making those changes.
But doesn't some of that come down to the technology and seeing that the technology is changing, and that we should probably do incremental improvements or move towards a revamp of the system before its end of life? Because at end of life, it's make or break, right? Yeah. So we had awareness that Oracle was moving in a different direction, and that the cloud-based services is probably something that was important to implement. So I think in the past, putting Band-Aids on the situation and holding things together with super glue might not be, and it's no misrepresentation of what you guys are doing. It's how things work in most big organizations, that asking for a huge amount of money to make a major change is not an easy thing to do. But I'm glad that you're doing it, and you have the you have the insights and the best case analysis for why it's important to make this upgrade and have the additional overlay.
Correct. And the end of life was December 2021, but the team started the planning in 2019, so 2 years in advance. But I had to go through the process of first doing an analysis on determining whether we should continue with an on-premise solution or looking at cloud. So the different solution technically was first considered and determined which one is the most viable, and then had to go through the procurement process, the whole RFP process. And so that's what took the time frame. But to add to the lessons learned that Marla mentioned, and you were asking about it, Commissioner, is that it's a technology project, and therefore there are requirements that we know from a technological perspective, and then we need to get into discussion with the users and do through workshops only we can really understand all the nuances of what the system should do. And there's only one way to do that, by just getting into those workshops. So one way we can do in the future is trying to incorporate some of those in the planning stage. So we have to spend a little extra time in terms of planning phase before we can start the implementation and enter into a contract and start the implementation process. So that's definitely one of the lessons learned that we're taking from this project. And this is one of the largest IT project, I would think, if not the largest in this organization. So the duration that this is taking and what we're learning from it would be the best lessons learned, if I may, that can be applied for any smaller projects that may come in the future.
Well, was there anything that you wanted to add, or?
Yeah, so I would like to echo into Marla's and Shiba's that what we learn is it's not a technology upgrade, and we at the beginning in the planning phase we did account for business transformation, but during the RFP, we kind of let it open so that we can have those vendor bid on the proposal. But so when we work on the project, so it's kind of like this is like one-time thing that we try to do for the departments. So we try to incorporate a lot of business processes streamlining, and I would say we try to be greedy, but I mean we just try. This is our chance, so we will try to do the best for the department. So I think that's a lesson learned too. Like we said, like we be realistic in the scope, as well as the consideration on the support for daily operation as well. Thank you.
Did you hear it? No. Okay. Commissioner Middleton?
Ms. Blevins, I presume that the people that are left in the room at this late hour are part of your team?
Yes.
Would you like to have them stand in terms of everyone who worked on this project?
Certainly.
Who's back there?
Sure. When she spoke earlier, she's with IT, and she's the project manager from the technical side. Jen Lustato works for accounting. She's really taking the lead on the functional transformation side. Tricia Carey is our head of contracts and purchasing, and Frank Liu is our director of accounting, and not here with us today, he's on vacation, is Jeff Strafford, the head of our financial planning and analysis. And this group of people comprise the project core team.
And I just wanted to extend my thanks. You can sit down. I wanted to extend my thanks to you and your staff for a job extremely well done. Obviously a complex project. You obviously had a great team. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I believe another staff wanted to say something.
Okay, Jen?
So thanks for giving me the mic. But I wanted to, one, recognize some of the division heads and division DEDs, because without their support, we won't be where we are. One of the things that we learned and we have decided during, as Hua had said, in the beginning we said, okay, this is the estimate coming from the consultants. Let's just say it's going to take a year. However, as we went through and during the validation and the visioning phase, we went through each of the division and we learned that early adoption is key to the success of the project. So that also added to the time that we needed to make this a successful project. Dina here is one of our big supporter. So just wanted to add that early adoption so that we would need most of the users, like Marla said, it's 250 out of the 800 people that we have, more aware.
Thank you. I believe we're ready for a motion if there's no more questions or comments.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we adopt the staff recommendation for the increase associated with.
On which item? We have to do
First
each
item
one
before you is
individually.
item number 11.
11.
NITI Systems.
Yep.
For the ERP cloud migration.
Okay. All those in favor?
Second?
Aye.
And
Second.
aye.
Yeah,
Aye.
Thank you.
May I please confirm who gave the
Those
second?
opposed? What-
Vice
Who
President.
gave the second? Do you-
Vice President Milton
Yes.
gave
Milton
the
gave
second.
the second.
The next item before you that was presented was with CHERRYROAD Technologies for the ERP cloud migration project.
Have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
I abstain.
One abstention.
And the last of the three items, number 13, is the BYRD Professional Services.
Motion?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Now moving on to our last item, number 14. Item 14 is a memoranda of understanding formalizing the terms under which instructors are provided to the Regional Maritime Law Enforcement Training Center between the Los Angeles Police Department, City of Long Beach, County of Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, County of Orange Sheriff's Department, County of San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, San Diego Harbor Police, and the Los Angeles Harbor Department. And here to discuss is Deputy Chief Allen.
Thank you, Amber. Good afternoon, Madam President, esteemed commissioners, Ms. Blevins. Thank you. As President Woodrow Wilson said, be brief, be brilliant, and be gone. I know we're late in the day, and that is exactly what Ms. Blevins would ask of us as well. So thank you for this opportunity to tell you a little bit about our Maritime Law Enforcement Training Program. This is an ongoing MOU contract that we have with these agencies from the start of this program, but because of your three new commissioners, we want to share with you a little bit about what this program is. Next slide, please. Right after 9/11, everybody started recognizing the importance of protecting critical national infrastructure. Obviously, our port complex is one of the most important critical infrastructures within the nation. All of the law enforcement agencies that have law enforcement on the water started recognizing there was no continuity of training. There was no specific law enforcement maritime training taking place on the West Coast. The only option was the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center out of Glencoe, Georgia, that provided law enforcement specific maritime training. So in conjunction with some of our biggest partners, LAPD, Long Beach PD, LA Sheriffs, Orange County Sheriffs, San Diego Harbor Police, and the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, all of which have pretty robust maritime divisions in their law enforcement agencies, we decided to form what is the Maritime Law Enforcement Training Center here on the West Coast. The LA Port Police is very proud to be the host agency for that program. The idea started getting together in 2009, and our first classes were actually presented in 2011. Since that time, we have presented this program to over 1,800 law enforcement professionals, and we are the only California Post certified maritime law enforcement training program on the West Coast. And so it is originally funded through a mixture of both the PSGP grant funds and other state grant funds. Since that time, it is funded through student tuition that is paid for with our contract through the California State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways, and also through additional grants that we will get occasionally from PSGP, and then additionally through the contributions from the other departments that are involved, those being these contracts that you're looking at today. Our whole mission is to provide basic maritime operators certification training, advanced maritime officers certification training, and the basically vessel accident investigation training. If you're not familiar with our center yet, we are at the Port Police Training Center located at 300 Water Street, which is right down the street from Banning's Landing and the new Wilmington waterfront location. And so we have all the students come in there for the 2-week BMOC, the Basic Maritime Operators course, the 3-day Advanced Officers course, or the 4-day Accident Investigation course. Next slide, please. If you will look at that, it'll tell you a little bit about the major things that we teach law enforcement officers as it relates to safe vessel operation and doing police required duties while in that maritime environment. And as it states, boat handling, vessel boarding, vessel charting, navigation rules, arrest procedures, and particularly stuff that's how to stay safe when operating in the maritime environment and in the water. And so these contracts right here are the MOUs that we have with the other agencies that ensures that they will continue providing us the instructional services with their officers that are assigned to their maritime units as it helps us present all of our training classes. So that's a basic overview of what we do there and how we handle that, and I would love to answer any questions that you might have for us.
Okay. Commissioner Middleton?
No? Okay. I just wanted to say to Chief Allen and Chief Gazy that I share in your pride. We've had presentations at prior board meetings, and it's a wonderful program and a source of great pride that it's the Port of LA that provides this training for the Western Seaboard. Mm-hmm. So you're doing a great job. It's really important, and congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. We routinely get feedback from officers. They say it is the most important, the most professional, and the best law enforcement training that they've ever attended in their career. And so we're very, very proud of that. Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Commissioner Williams?
Yeah, I would like to echo that sentiment and let us know if there's any additional resources you need to make this a recruiting tool so we can poach some of those officers from the other organizations.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments.
Okay. Given what a great program this is, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
That concludes open session. Moving to closed session, item K. Steve?
Thank you. The board will now recess into closed session to take up the single item listed under item number K of the printed agenda. Any and all items required to be reported out in accordance to law will be done so. Thank you. This is the report out for the closed session of Thursday, August 10th, 2023. The Board of Harbor Commissioners took up the single item listed under item number K of the printed agenda. No reportable actions occurred. That concludes the report out.
Today's meeting is adjourned.